Chapter 1048. Little Ting Ting looked like he had nothing to live for as he allowed them to do whatever they wanted. He almost rolled his eyes like a dead fish. Even Lin Xiaolu and Wu Yueling next to him looked at him sympathetically. Because there were so many people in the family, Wu Yueling was not used to it. But thinking that little Ting Ting was still here, she could only sit in the corner patiently. She stared at little Ting Ting while paying attention to his condition. Lin Xiaolu accompanied her, so the two saw little Ting Ting being tortured by Lin Wenwen from the morning until now. Although they knew that the adults would not hurt little Ting Ting, but looking at little Ting Ting's lifeless expression, they could not help but sympathize. Little Ting Ting only slept for a short while at noon, and when he woke up, he was in his aunt's arms again. Although it was true that his aunt was very soft in her arms, this guy had been touching him all the time, okay? He did not stop at all. After Lin Qiao came down, she saw that the living room was very noisy. There were also a few people standing and sitting in the yard outside the living room. Why are you here so early? Didn't it start in the afternoon? Lin Qiao looked at Lu Jun. Lu Jun sat on a chair with his son in his arms and smiled at her. I gave myself a day off today, so I came here first. I wanted to see if I could help, but now it seems that I can't help. The kitchen was occupied by Wu Qingyue and the other two, and they did not let them in. They only said that they would help when the food was served in the afternoon. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, almost everyone came. Except for Lin Feng and Zhou Shihui, who had a lot of work to do, everyone sat at the table. But as zombies, Qiu Lily, Lin Kuei, Lu Tianyi and the others did not prepare bowls and chopsticks in front of them, only a wine cup. For them, they could only put on an act in this kind of situation. They were not really going to eat, but the others were in luck. Little Ting Ting was finally taken away from Lin Wenwen's arms. Lin Hao hugged him for a while, then Lu Tianyi hugged him for a while. Then he was carried back by Lin Wenwen and stuffed into Long Qingying's arms. Then he was carried out by Kong Qingming from Long Qingying's arms, then carried by Xiao Yunlong, and finally transferred to Meng Yu's arms. Wu Yueling followed him the whole time. Wherever he was carried, Wu Yueling followed. Look at Lingling, she's so protective of Xiao Ting. What a good sister. Qing Wangxue couldn't help but say as she stood beside Lin Qiao. Then she thought of something and asked, is she completely cured? Lin Qiao shook her head. I don't think so. She is still nervous now. It was just that his attention was on Ting Ting, so he suppressed it. I wonder when this child will be able to speak. Qing Wangxue smiled and said, it's pretty good now. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he should be able to talk about it. She was no longer afraid of crowds, and her condition was much better. Just don't provoke her. Lin Qiao glanced at Wu Yueling and said, I hope so. In fact, after Lingling had said that last sentence, she and Wu Qingyue had thought that the child would be able to speak again. However, he didn't expect that after that one time, she wouldn't speak again. But she's very persistent about protecting her brother. You have a strong sense of responsibility. Lu Jun came over from the side and listened to the conversation between the two of them and interrupted. Lin Qiao thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because his first companion is little man, so there's a sense of belonging. Children's feelings are actually very simple, but this is only limited to ordinary children. Thinking of her son, Lin Qiao felt tired. This child was really too noisy after he was born. Although he was very quiet when he should be quiet. But once he was noisy, Lin Qiao felt a headache. Especially his loud voice. Wah 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 ah 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 ah. Just as she thought of this, she heard the startling cry of a baby coming from outside the courtyard. The child's voice was loud and clear, it could penetrate the sky. Lin Qiao walked out and saw Ting Ting grabbing Xiao Yunlong's hand and not letting go. She was shocked and immediately said, shouting, "What are you doing? Quickly let go." If it was bitten, she would have to help bite again. Ting loosened his mouth and Xiao Yunlong's hand was covered in saliva. But there was only a circle of teeth marks on the place where he bit, but it did not break. He gave Lin Qiao a disdainful look, then snorted and turned his head into Lu Tiany's neck. "Who told you to look at other people's little squeak? Serves you right to be bitten." Meng Yu covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she laughed. The other people around looked at Xiao Yunlong with a funny face. Xiao Zilong looked up at the sky and murmured, "I'm just curious what this kid's little bean sprout looks like. Are you a little squeak who has never seen a baby? You wretched uncle." Kong Qingming next to him looked at him speechlessly. Lin Qiao's face immediately changed. "Oh." Shouting, "Bite back." Xiao Yunlong, "Ba ba ba." As a result, Ting tilted his body and spat out with a look of disgust. Xiao Yunlong. "Fuck you, little brat. Even if you dislike him, don't be so rude, okay?" Squeak. Ting immediately pinched his lower eyelids with his fingers and stuck out his tongue to make a face at him. Xiao Zilong, "Not cute at all. Little brat." Humph. Ting raised his chin and snorted at him, then turned the back of his round head to him, patted Lu Tiany's shoulder and pointed to the room with his little finger. Lu Tiany knew that he wanted to go into the room, so he carried him in. "The banquet is starting, the banquet is starting. Why haven't Lin Feng and old Zhou come yet?" Wu Qingyue clapped his hands, greeted them, and said with some doubts. Then he stopped Xiao Liqing who was passing by, "Send 2 people to see their situation." "Okay." Xiao Liqing was rolling up his sleeves and coming out with a dish, nodding when he heard the words. Then he walked out of the courtyard and disappeared for a while, and came back 2 minutes later. Everyone immediately sat down and found a suitable place to sit down. Ting was originally held by Lu Tiany, but when he heard that the banquet was starting, he immediately patted his hand and whispered in his ear, "Send me to Papa later," and then find a way to make him look away from the table. Lu Tiany looked at him strangely and saw that the little brat's clean and bright eyes were flashing with an unknown light. He immediately asked warily, "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry about it. If you don't help me, I will tell Uncle Kong that you like Auntie Long." Ting threatened him in a low voice. Lu Tiany. "This little brat." "I know." Lu Tiany promised him with a black face. Then he asked curiously, "What do you want to do to your father?" Ting said, "Help him chase Mama." Lu Tiany did not understand. "How do you want to chase?" Ting, "Let them sleep together and make love." Lu Tiany. Chapter 1049. Lu Tiany looked down at Ting for a moment, then said, "Be careful, your mom will beat your ass." Ting said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, we'll run away tomorrow morning." Lu Tiany felt something was wrong. "Wait, why are you asking me to run away with you?" Ting looked at him with disdain. "Don't you know you're an accomplice?" Lu Tiany was speechless. Lin Qiao's voice came from the side. Ting, come here." Lu Tiany carried him to Lin Qiao's side and passed him to her, his face expressionless. Lin Qiao looked at him strangely. The kid didn't show it on his face, but he felt like he had just dropped a hot potato. Ahem. Ting cleared his throat and looked at Lin Qiao. "What are you doing?" Lin Qiao smiled at him. "I'm taking you to see Grandma." She walked into the living room and disappeared into thin air with Ting in her arms. "Grandma?" Lu Tiany looked at where Lin Qiao had disappeared. He asked in confusion. "Where was this Grandma?" "His mom was dead a long time ago. What are you spacing out for? Come and drink." At this time, Kong Qingming suddenly appeared, stretched out his arm, grabbed his neck, and dragged him out. You think you can drink better than me? Lu Tianyi looked at him with disdain. He was a zombie now, he had no reaction to alcohol. Kong Qingming clicked his tongue. Alright, come drink with us. Xie Dong, who hadn't shown up until now, suddenly appeared at the door. He walked in and looked around. He didn't see his leader anywhere. He walked over to Lu Jun. Where's the leader? Lu Jun was arranging Tong Tong's bowls and chopsticks. She looked up when she heard his voice. Oh, I think she said she wanted to go into the space. I think she did. What's wrong? Xie Dong pulled out a chair and sat down next to her. His expression was serious. Something's going on at Skyfire Base. Lu Jun was stunned and immediately looked up at him. Oh. What's going on? Xie Dong said, the thing that the man brought back for Li Xingye. Now Li Xingye has begun to take action. However, he only targeted ability users, and he did not distinguish between his own people and outsiders. Right now, a large number of metahumans from the corpse hunting team are being captured in secret. I heard that he did not even let off the metahumans from his own army. A dark light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes. When he heard Xie Dong's words, he knew that Li Xingye was definitely doing some shady business by secretly arresting people. Didn't you find out why he captured them? Xie Dong shook his head. There's still too little time, and he's only focused on capturing people. What are we going to do with him? There doesn't seem to be any next steps. It took time to catch people in secret. They couldn't let so many people in the base go missing at once. He had to find an excuse to cover it up so that the other survivors would not panic. What does he want to do to these metahumans? Lu Jun asked with a frown. In any case, it's not something good. The second thing was that Li Xingye had sent a large number of people to capture the corpse hunters from other bases. Now, their target is not only our base, but also Sea City's Huaxia Qingshan base. Xie Dong snorted. He has a big appetite. Isn't he afraid that the people he sent out won't come back? Lu Jun said, let's wait. The leader is not here now. On the other side, Lin Qiao carried Tingting into the space building. She stood at the door and pointed at her mother who was squatting in the vegetable field. Look, your grandma. Tingting looked at her mother in surprise. What? How did Grandma become like this? Tingting had been sleeping for a long time and Lin Qiao didn't mention this to him. Tingting didn't know that his mother had become a zombie. Lin Qiao carried him out and said, she became a zombie after the virus broke out for the second time. Now she has lost her memory and can't remember what happened recently. Feeling Lin Qiao's breath, her mother looked up at her. She remembered that Lin Qiao said that she would bring a child to see her today. She said that the child was her grandson. Mrs. Lin was surprised to see that Lin Qiao really had a child in her arms. Mrs. Lin was confused when she smelled the smell of the child. Why does the child smell so strange? Call me Grandma. Lin Qiao walked to her mother with Tingting in her arms and said, Grandma. Tingting called out obediently. At the same time, he was looking at his mother. Mrs. Lin widened her eyes when she heard what Tingting said. Then she looked at Lin Qiao in shock. She couldn't believe that a 1-month-old baby could talk. He is special. I gave birth to him. Lin Qiao explained to her mother, you may have forgotten that you knew about this before. You won't be surprised when you remember. Mrs. Lin was still shocked. After hearing Lin Qiao's explanation, she looked at Tingting in surprise. In her eyes, Tingting was just a baby in a gray baby suit. There was no bright color. However, Tingting's eyes were the only bright ones in her eyes. It was the eyes of a baby, pure and clean. Mrs. Lin couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. She raised her hand to touch Tingting but found that her hand was dirty. She was a zombie. What if she scratched Tingting's skin with her nails? Thinking of this, she immediately withdrew her hand. Don't worry. His body is special. He won't be infected by the zombie virus. Besides, he has the virus. Lin Qiao held Tingting's butt. On the other side, Mo Yen was standing on a balcony on the second floor of the building in the middle. He bent down and looked at Lin Qiao. The female zombie next to him looked at Tingting in Lin Qiao's arms in confusion. Even though Lin Qiao was 200 to 300 meters away from them, they could still hear him clearly. So Lin Qiao said that she gave birth to Tingting, which made the two zombies curious. Mo Yen looked at Lin Qiao. He didn't expect that she could give birth to a living baby. But what is the baby now? A zombie? Or a human? None of them. It was already dark when Lin Qiao took Tingting out of the space. The lights were on in Wu Qingyue's yard. There were 3 tables of people sitting outside. One table was in the living room and the other table was in the dining room. Oh! He came out. He came out. Come on, let me see the baby. Zhou Shihui saw Lin Qiao and immediately stared at Tingting. Lin Qiao glanced at Xie Dong, who appeared out of nowhere and handed Tingting to Lin Wenwen, who came over. Lin Qiao walked to the wine table and took a clean glass. She poured a glass of liquor for herself. Lin Wenwen heard that Zhou Shihui wanted to see Tingting, so he carried Tingting to their table. Chapter 1050. I've finally seen this child, let me see. Zhou Shihui and others were at the table in the living room. Seeing Lin Wenwen carrying Xiao Tingting over, he immediately held out his hands to Xiao Tingting. Lin Wenwen gave Xiao Tingting to him. Not bad, his little eyes are bright. Very spirited. Let me see, his eyes look like yours, old Wu. Zhou Shihui sat on his lap with Xiao Tingting in his arms and looked at his eyes, smiling at Wu Qingyue next to him. Xiao Tingting looked up at Zhou Shihui and sat quietly on his lap. Wu Qingyue smiled and filled his glass, saying, "Of course, this is my DNA." Xiao Yunlong leaned over and looked at Xiao Tingting, saying, "It would be a problem if they don't look alike." Wu Qingyue turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Xiao Yunlong immediately changed his words and said, "Well, they look alike. Their eyes, nose and mouth are alike. You can't even flirt with me. He really can't take a joke." Humph! Then he immediately said to Xiao Tingting, "Oh little devil, you are so obedient when old Zhou carries you, why are you so noisy when I carry you?" Xiao Tingting immediately rolled his eyes at him. "If you don't look at me, we can still be good friends. Don't think you can molest me just because you are an adult." Humph! Wu Qingyue smiled as he poured wine for Xiao Yunlong and said, "If you don't look at my son's little baby, he is still very obedient." What he meant was that there was no need to give him face, you wretched uncle. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa in the corner of the living room with a glass of wine, waiting for Xie Dong to come over. As soon as Xie Dong saw Lin Qiao appear, he stood beside her. "What's the situation with Heaven Fire?" Lin Qiao glanced at Wu Qingyue's table and asked lightly. The 3 leaders of High City were all at Wu Qingyue's table, and Lin Feng was also at that table. Their respective women were also sitting next to them. In fact, there were only 4 men and 2 women. Qing Wangxue and Meng Yute sat next to them. Zhou Shihui was still single. At the dining room table were the children, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, Lu Jun, Duan Wan, Shen Yuzhen, and Qiu Lili. Outside the courtyard were Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue's other subordinates, such as Kong Qingming, Lin Hao, Lu Tianyi, and Li Yushan. They were all trusted subordinates. Of course, Lin Qiao's subordinates were mostly zombies. Therefore, they could only watch the others eat happily. They could only watch and recall the taste they had tasted as humans. Yes, Li Jingye began to secretly attack the metahumans in his base and captured them. I don't know what he's trying to do. They've also sent a lot of troops out of the base, heading towards us, Huaxia, and Qingshan base, Xie Dong said to her in a low voice. Another army. Li Jingye's army was really able to withstand the exhaustion. That's right, only 3,000 people came last time. He still has over 200,000 soldiers in his base, Lin Qiao said with a sneer. But most of the people he has captured are arcanists from Earth Dragon Base and Hidden Cloud City. The survivors of Skyfire have not been touched. Xie Dong suddenly thought of something and said, also, the Qingshan base suddenly sent someone over, saying they want to see you. See me? On purpose. Lin Qiao was startled and turned to look at him in confusion. Xie Dong nodded at her and said, it's Yi Yingyue who came last time. She said she can only tell you when she sees you. She's waiting in the base now. Lin Qiao nodded. Only one person. Xie Dong nodded. Okay, I got it. It seems that she's not in a hurry, otherwise she would have come here directly, Lin Qiao said. Ting sat on Zhou Shihui's lap for a while and immediately stretched out his arms towards Wu Qingyue, looking like he wanted a hug. Does he want you to hug him? Zhou Shihui looked at Wu Qingyue when he saw Ting's actions. Wu Qingyue put down his chopsticks and said, he might be hungry. I'll go get his porridge first. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a bowl of hot porridge. After putting the porridge on the table, Wu Qingyue put Ting in his arms and sat him on his lap. Lu Tianyi, who was outside, glanced at Wu Qingyue from time to time. Now that he saw Wu Qingyue put Ting on his lap, he knew that this little devil was looking for a chance to trick his parents. And he even wanted his help. If he didn't help, he even dared to threaten him. Lu Tianyi thought about it and decided to drag his good friend into the water as well. He said to Kong Qingming, let me tell you something. Go talk to old Wu. Ever since he became a zombie, he didn't call Wu Qingyue leader anymore. Of course, he didn't call his big sister that either. What is it? Aren't you going to talk to her yourself? Kong Qingming was drinking with Lin Hao and looked at him in confusion when he was pulled by Lu Tianyi. Although he drank a lot of white wine and his face was slightly red, his eyes were still clear. After all, he was a level 6 paranormal. He wouldn't get drunk so easily. This was the good thing about being a paranormal. It's not easy to get drunk. My identity is awkward now. It's about Haiqing. I think you should go. Lu Tianyi found an excuse. What is it? Kong Qingming asked curiously. I heard that my big sister has received some information about Starfire Base. Go tell old Wu to keep an eye on their movements. Ask him if Yushan has received anything. Lu Tianyi told him about the conversation he'd overheard between Xie Dong and Lu Jun. Kong Qingming looked at him strangely. There's no rush. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Isn't it strange to talk about it on a day like this? Maybe Yushan has already received the information. Besides, if he's going to warn Yushan, he doesn't have to tell the leader. Lu Tianyi snorted. If we don't go now, what if we miss it? Intelligence was such an urgent matter, and there might be changes. Go, don't talk so much nonsense. Kong Qingming had drunk quite a bit with Lin Hao. His eyes and consciousness were clear, but his brain was a little numb. Lu Tianyi's urging made it seem like he had no choice but to go. He got up and walked over to Wu Qingyue's table. Lu Tianyi got up and walked over to Ting's line of sight. He gestured and winked at him. Ting got the signal, and his eyes lit up. Kong Qingming walked over to Wu Qingyue. Kong Qingming leaned in behind Wu Qingyue and bent down to speak to him. Wu Qingyue turned to look at him, a dark light in his eyes. The moment he turned around, Ting Ting suddenly pricked his finger and flicked a small drop of blood into Wu Qingyue's bowl. Ting Ting's movements were swift and stealthy. No one else at the table noticed. Chapter 1051. Lu Tianyi, who was staring at his movements, silently turned his head and then poured himself a cup. Well, don't be nervous, after tomorrow, let them find Kong Qingming and that little devil to settle the score, ha 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 ha. After Wu Qingyue heard Kong Qingming's reminder, he nodded, I know, I will ask you Shan after the banquet. Kong Qingming nodded, turned and left. He did not know that when he asked Wu Qingyue to divert his attention, little Ting Ting had quietly done something. And the others were also eating and drinking. Come, do you have enough wine? If it's not enough, do you want me to give you some? Xiao Yunlong urged Wu Qingyue to drink. Wu Qingyue glanced at him and said, do you think I lack wine? Tisk. As he spoke, he subconsciously picked up a piece of meat from his bowl with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, but did not notice little Ting Ting's strange gaze. You win if you drink all these on this table first, I will make you die from drinking too much. Wu Qingyue chewed and swallowed the meat, glancing at him. Hey! Just your dozen bottles. Don't dream. It's not even enough for me and old Zhou. Xiao Yunlong disdainfully laughed at him. Little Ting Ting sat on Wu Qingyue's lap for a while, then twisted his body. Then he patted Wu Qingyue's arm and pointed to Lin Xiaolu's table. You want to go over there? Wu Qingyue understood his meaning, stood up and walked over there with him in his arms. Seeing Wu Qingyue come over with little Ting Ting, Lin Wenwen immediately stood up and took little Ting Ting. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content, drinking until 11 or 12 o'clock before they began to leave. There were also some who drank until they passed out, but only a few. After all, most of the people present were psychics, only a few ordinary people were drunk to the point of collapse. And the zombies who drank wine as if it was water were also driven away. Because they did not need to sleep and would not get drunk. So they were directly driven back to the base by Lin Qiao. Seeing that the children had fallen asleep, Lin Qiao had no choice but to stay. He prepared to leave at dawn. And Lu Tianyi and Lin Hao also stayed. One wanted to see the result of little Ting Ting's trick, the other was drunk. He wasn't really drunk, but his laziness was acting up after drinking too much and he didn't want to move. Thus, Wu Qingyue arranged a room for him to lie down. The other rooms were left for Lu Jun, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others who had yet to return. I saw you glancing at old Wu the whole night. Is there something wrong? Or do you want to cause trouble? Lin Hao occupied the bed and lazily asked Lu Tianyi, who was sitting by the window. Lu Tianyi looked at him and played dumb. You're blind. You must have seen wrongly. TSK. With that answer of yours. There must be something. Lin Hao snorted disdainfully, then suddenly turned over from the bed, moved to his side, raised his hand to put it around his neck and asked, Tell me, is it about Lao Wu and your sister? Are you trying to set them up? Lu Tianyi looked at him in surprise. He didn't know why he would think so. Was he so obvious? After some thought, he spread his hands and said, I didn't do anything. Why do you care so much about them? I think your attitude towards my sister is very strange, and your third sister and brother. Lin Hao was the youngest, so his third sister was obviously Lin Wenwen. Although Lin Qiao was the second, Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao were used to calling her big sister. It felt like calling her big sister meant more. When they were young, Lin Qiao's temper was much hotter than Lin Feng's, and she was very good at fighting. When they were teenagers, Lin Feng couldn't even beat her in a fight. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't like to fight. So there were more cold wars, but Lin Xiao wasn't so gentle to the two younger ones. During the time Lu Tianyi followed Lin Xiao, he gradually discovered some strange things. Although he never said it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. When Lin Hao heard him say that, his eyes flashed. Then he smiled and said, "She's our current leader, so it's normal for her to be concerned. What's strange about her attitude? You must be mistaken." Although he also wanted to know how this kid would react when he found out that his sister's body had changed. But he definitely couldn't let him reveal this, or his sister would definitely beat him up. "Don't change the topic, I'm talking about old Wu. Did you do something?" He immediately changed the topic. Lu Tianyi looked away and thought guiltily, if he knew about this, would he tell his big sister? Although Lin Hao wasn't a talkative person, what if he did? And his sister wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be so worried. "Didn't I say that I didn't do anything? Get up, don't press on me. Do I know you that well?" As he said that, he immediately pushed Lin Hao away from his shoulder, walked to the door, opened it, and walked out. "Tisk, do you think I'm stupid?" Lin Hao said to his back, then didn't care so much. He walked back to the bed and collapsed. After Lu Tianyi went out, he immediately felt his way to the children's room and saw that the door was still open. He poked his head in and saw that Lu Jun and Qing Wangshua were still coaxing the children to sleep. "Hey, you're still awake so late. Little Ting Ting, why are you so energetic? Everyone else is asleep, but you're still awake." He walked in and acted as if he had just passed by. Then he picked up little Ting Ting, who was still rolling on the bed, and sat on the edge of the bed looking down at him. "I don't know what's wrong with this child, but he refuses to sleep," Lu Jun said with a smile. Then he looked at Qing Wangshua and said, "You must be sleepy, why don't you go to sleep first?" Qing Wangshua looked at the time and it was almost time, so she nodded and prepared to leave. Then she suddenly turned to look at Lu Jun and said with a smirk, "Okay. Although you don't need to sleep, it's not easy for Xie Dong to come back. You should go and accompany him." "Fan, I know." Lu Jun nodded a little awkwardly. "Hey, Miss Lu, you go too. I'll coax this kid. I have a way to coax him." Lu Tianyi immediately persuaded Lu Jun, "That's fine." Lu Jun glanced at him. Anyway, in this room, except for little Ting Ting, the other three children were already asleep. Lu Jun pulled the quilt for Lin Xiaolu and the other three children, then she turned and left. She also closed the door behind her. After seeing Lu Jun leave, Lu Tianyi immediately stared at little Ting Ting and asked in a low voice, "You gave your blood to your father to eat. What kind of method is this? What effect does your blood have?" Thinking of Wu Qingyue, who was still drinking with Lin Feng and Xiao Yunlong, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Lu Tianyi expressed his curiosity. Little Ting Ting smiled proudly, "You don't understand. My blood has many magical uses and not everyone can eat my blood, except for my parents." Lu Tianyi looked at him with suspicion. "There won't be any side effects, right?" Chapter 1052. Little Ting Ting rolled his eyes at him. "Would I let Papa eat it if there were side effects? You look like I'm going to hurt him." Lu Tianyi said, "It's good that he's fine, but is your blood really useful? Why doesn't he seem to have changed?" Little Ting Ting said, "Humph, the effect of my blood is related to its quantity. And it is also related to the level of the user's own ability. If I had given a drop to a 5th level ability user, the reaction would not be as simple as that of my papa. And if I gave it to you, you may have some unexpected reactions. Do you want to try?" As he spoke, he blinked his deer-like innocent eyes at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi immediately shook his head. No, looking at your eyes, I know it's not a good thing. Humph, my blood is very special. If Papa ate that little bit, he will probably really get drunk tonight. And he will be in heat, little Tingting first said with a proud face, but in the end, his little face showed a wretched expression. His eyes squinted as he squinted at Lu Tianyi. He looked very funny and devilish. Moreover, with his bald head, it was inexplicably comical. Lu Tianyi. How did you develop this character? He suddenly felt that this little demon gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. It seemed that he could not bully him or make him angry in the future, otherwise he would fall into a pit, because it must have been dug by this little demon. Downstairs, Wu Qingyue said to Xiao Yunlong with a dissatisfied face, "Enough, still drinking. Don't waste my wine, quickly get out." Xiao Yunlong also stared at him discontentedly, "Tsk. You're stingy." "All right, I know. I'll get out. I'll find dozens of boxes for you one day. If you have the ability, you can brew dozens of boxes for me." Wu Qingyue propped one elbow on the table and held the wine glass with the other. He smiled lazily, but there was a layer of fog in his eyes. "If I knew this technique, I would definitely brew it for you." Xiao Yunlong stood up, looked at him and suddenly said, "Hey, are you drunk?" "Really?" Although he did not want to believe this kind of thing, but looking at Wu Qingyue's eyes, Xiao Yunlong felt somewhat suspicious. "I'll get drunk. Are you stupid?" Wu Qingyue immediately sneered at him, drank the wine in his hand in one gulp, and then waved his hand at him to drive him away. "Oh, maybe he is pretending to be drunk." Xiao Yunlong thought again. Only then did she turn around and leave Wu Qingyue's house. Maybe this bastard pretended to be drunk so that he could sneak into zombie Sister Lu's room. Xiao Liqing and Li Yushan cleared the table outside the courtyard, then helped with the dishes and the kitchen. When he came out, he saw that one of the three had left, and the other two were still drinking. Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, watched Xiao Yunlong leave before he said to Wu Qingyue, "Why do I feel that you really seem a little drunk?" Wu Qingyue looked at him, and the fog in his eyes finally lightened a little. He smiled and said, "No, I'm very clear-headed. The alcohol content of these drinks did not even exceed 60%. Besides, how could an Esper's body get drunk? You think too much." "Cough, that's true." Lin Feng nodded. Then he heard someone coming down the stairs. Qing Wangxue walked to Lin Feng's side and said, "Haven't finished drinking yet. Prepare to drink until midnight." Seeing that his wife had come down, Lin Feng knew that he should leave. He looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "Let's call it a day, we can drink next time." As he spoke, he stood up and patted Wu Qingyue on the shoulder. "Ah, it doesn't matter, I'm almost done." Wu Qingyue also smiled and stood up. After the banquet, Wu Qingyue looked at the two bachelors who were still washing the dishes in the kitchen. He said with a smile, "Look, Qingming already has someone in his heart and ran away early. Only the two of you are still washing the dishes. So miserable." Xiao Liqing and Li Yushan. They really wanted to drop the bowl in their hands. What should they do? Seeing the darkened faces of the two, Wu Qingyue smiled and let them go. "Well, leave the rest, I'll do it tomorrow. You can go back." So the two bachelors immediately threw down the unfinished dishes and left. Wu Qingyue glanced at the messy kitchen, then turned back to look at the table behind him that he had just finished eating. He originally wanted to do it tomorrow, but now that he saw it, his heart was very uncomfortable. He reckoned that if he did not finish it tonight, he would not be able to sleep well. So Wu Qingyue, who had just chased away the laborer, suddenly wanted to regret, but it was already useless. The laborer had already left, he could only do it himself. In the end, Wu Qingyue rolled up his sleeves and started to clean the last table, then washed the dishes, and then wiped the kitchen stove. When the entire kitchen was cleaned up, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his watch. It was already past 1:00 in the morning. Upstairs, Fictional and Dreamy quietly stretched their ears to listen to the movements downstairs. When Fictional finally walked out of the kitchen, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Old Wu has such a strong obsession with cleanliness. Dreamy couldn't help but ask Fictional. Oh, he only has such a strong obsession with cleanliness in the kitchen. Everything else is normal. Fictional slumped on the empty seat beside the bed and said, "Oh, is that so?" Dreamy looked curious. "Yeah, he usually doesn't let people into the kitchen." "Hey, he's coming up." Fictional was talking, suddenly his limbs loosened, he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Dreamy rolled his eyes. He thought that Fictional might come to this room to take a look, but he didn't. Instead, he walked towards his room. After Fictional reached his room, he went into the bathroom to take a shower. He didn't know why, but the more he showered, the hotter his body felt, and his head was a bit dizzy. Although it wasn't uncomfortable, he always felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. After showering, Fictional only wore a pair of pants. He walked out of the bathroom with his upper body bare. While wiping his hair, he felt that his body was strange. Did I really drink too much? Otherwise, why would I feel so hot? A familiar fragrance was faintly discernible in his nose, making his body heat up. Then it was transmitted towards his lower abdomen. Fictional. What the hell? Why did his body suddenly feel so thirsty? The faintly discernible fragrance came from outside. Needless to say, it was coming from the female zombie's room. But he had always been very self-controlled. Why did he feel like he couldn't control his body now? Not only was his body a bit strange, even his head was a bit dizzy. His mind inexplicably recalled the passionate scene a few days ago with the female zombie. Fictional felt even hotter. As soon as he thought about it, the beautiful body of the female zombie couldn't be erased from his mind. That pair of soft and bouncy breasts, that delicate and slender waist, those long and slender legs. Fictional felt that his breathing was a bit chaotic. Chapter 1053. Just when Fictional thought that his entire body was about to burst into flames, a sudden chill came from his heart, instantly dispersing the heat in his body. However, it also made him unable to help himself from bending over and shrinking his shoulders. What's going on? Fictional was shocked, and his mind suddenly became sober. This is not right. How can my body be like this? What the hell is going on? It can't be that there's something wrong with the food and drinks today. It's all made by himself. There must be no problem. There was a sense of suffocation in his chest. Fictional took a few deep breaths. Then, his body was a little unstable as he leaned towards his bed step by step. At this time, the energy of his physical strength began to jump around in his body, and began to rush uncontrollably in his blood vessels. On the other side of Tingting's room, he immediately turned over and sat up. He whispered, "It's coming." Dreamy looked up. Fictional's room was on the 3rd floor. Sensing that Fictional's state seemed to be a little abnormal, he couldn't help but say worriedly, "Will something happen to you? Old Wu's situation doesn't seem to be right." Tingting shook his head carelessly, "It's okay. Even if he doesn't do that with Mama, he won't be hurt too much. It won't cause too much damage, but it will be very uncomfortable and blurry for the next 2 days." Dreamy said, "How can you trick your parents like this? I really pity them." "Ha ha ha, what do you know? I'm helping them. Don't you notice that my mama's eyes have changed when she looks at my papa? In fact, she is in a state of mind that she doesn't understand. I'm helping her see her own mind clearly. And if she and Papa do it 2 more times, she can smoothly upgrade. Ting Ting first made a face at him and then explained. Hey. How do you know so much? You're a child. Not a child, at most a baby. Can you not say that your mother and your father do it 2 more times with a calm face? Aren't you ashamed? You're just a little baby. Lu Tianyi looked at him speechlessly. Ting Ting didn't bother to pay attention to him. Anyway, it was not the first time that he had spoken like this. Why haven't these people gotten used to it? As he climbed to the bedside gently, he said, I was born by Mama, and I have a strong feeling for Mama. Moreover, we used to be able to communicate with each other through telepathy, so I realized that her mentality was very normal. Quickly come and carry me up. I'll go and give Mama another strong medicine. As he spoke, he stretched out his arms towards Lu Tianyi, wanting to hug him. Lu Tianyi was stunned, then looked at him in surprise and said, What did you say? Do I still have to appear in front of them? Wouldn't that be telling them that you did it? Aren't you afraid of being beaten up by your mother? I'm not afraid. If I don't explain it to the 2 of them, I'm afraid that Mama will shake her hand and quit. Little Ting Ting was not worried about being cut at all. Lu Tianyi looked at him in silence for a few seconds and said, I'm not convinced by heaven or earth, but I'm convinced by you. You cheater. As she spoke, she stood up from the sofa, walked over, and picked him up. Then he quietly left the room, turned off the light, and closed the door. On the other side, Lin Qiao also turned her head to look at the room upstairs strangely. Her room had always been the guest room on the 2nd floor. So when she sensed that Wu Qingyue's breath on the 3rd floor was a little strange, she could not help but suddenly think of his sudden crazy state a few days ago. Could it be the sequela left over from a few days ago? Or could it be that his previous frenzied state was only temporarily lifted? Was it starting to flare up again now? In any case, Lin Qiao subconsciously went out of her room. As a result, she saw Lu Tianyi appear with little Ting Ting in his arms. Why are you still awake? After a slight pause, she blurted out as she looked at the adult and the child. Ahem, little Ting said that he has something to say to you. Lu Tianyi immediately pushed little Ting Ting towards Lin Qiao unkindly, shifting the blame to her. Lin Qiao looked at the 2 hesitantly, then looked at little Ting Ting. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, then she stared at her son and said, Does his current situation have anything to do with you? Little Ting Ting was a little unbearably stared at by her so fiercely. He secretly pinched Lu Tianyi's flesh and pushed him back, indicating for him to retreat a little. Lu Tianyi's skin was pinched on his back, and he took 2 steps back. He distanced himself from Lin Qiao. Ahem. It's nothing serious. Because I saw that there seemed to be some abnormal energy lurking in Papa's body, so I wanted to help him get it out as soon as possible. It's just that the reaction is a little big. Hee hee. Little Ting Ting began to talk nonsense. His small eyes glanced left and right guiltily, not daring to look at Lin Qiao's face. Lin Qiao's face darkened, and then she said indifferently, and then, What's his situation now? Little Ting Ting immediately said, If I let Papa go on like this, he may be crazy for a few days or more, and then he will slowly wake up. At that time, the abnormal energy in his body will disappear. But if you want him to wake up earlier, well, there is another way. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes and looked at him without saying anything. Seeing that little Ting Ting was unwilling to say anything, she suddenly guessed his intention. She moved and quickly walked up the stairs. She threw out a sentence. You come up here. Lu Tianyi looked at little Ting Ting with a little schadenfreude, but he rolled his eyes. Then he carried him up to the 3rd floor uninterestedly. In addition to Wu Qingyue's room, there were 2 guest rooms on the 3rd floor. One was for Lin Feng and his wife, and the other was for Lin Hao. At this time, the 2 brothers' doors were opened, and they looked at Wu Qingyue's door with a blank and solemn expression. Seeing Lin Qiao come up, the two immediately turned to look at her and asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with old Wu?" Wu Qingyue's aura was a little dangerous now, but the energy had not overflowed his body. Otherwise, the items in his room would be turned into ashes. Lin Qiao did not say anything, and directly walked to Wu Qingyue's door and opened it. Lin Hao, Lin Feng, and Lu Tianyi, who was carrying little Ting Ting, all came over behind her and stretched their heads to look inside the door. They saw Wu Qingyue rolling on the bed in only a pair of pajamas, curling up into a ball, bending like a shrimp. He held his arms with both hands, and his cheeks were puffed up by his gritted teeth. His eyes were closed tightly, and his face was pale. What the hell is going on? Lin Feng and Lin Hao looked at him blankly. Lin Hao was a doctor, and he knew Wu Qingyue's current situation at a glance. Then he said calmly, "His current situation is not quite right, as if his whole body has entered a state of extreme cold, and his body's self-protection consciousness made him curl up into a ball. And his superpower energy is fighting with something, which caused the phenomenon of his aura being disordered." Lin Qiao's gaze immediately shot towards little Ting Ting. At this time, Wu Qingyue, who was on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His purplish-red eyes stared straight at Lin Qiao. Chapter 1054. Wu Qingyue's eyes were cold at the moment, which was very different from his usual gentle and smiling face. And even if it was cold, his eyes were only looking at Lin Qiao. He didn't put others in his eyes, as if he didn't care about others, or he had a sense of aggression towards Lin Qiao. But after a few seconds, Wu Qingyue closed his eyes again. He kept his original posture stiff, and his body even trembled slightly. This is... Why did he suddenly become like this? Lin Feng frowned and asked with a serious expression. Lin Hao was also very confused and said, "He seems to be going crazy now, but he is suppressing it. And looking at him now, it seems that he is still rational." What was going on? He was already very confused when he heard that old Wu went crazy for the second time, and now he was going to go crazy for the third time. By the way, how did you wake him up that night?" Lin Hao suddenly looked at Lin Qiao and asked. Lin Qiao was stunned, and then the expression on her face changed subtly. Then she didn't answer Lin Hao's question, but suddenly walked towards Wu Qingyue. She didn't know when an egg-sized stone appeared in her hand. "Open your mouth." Standing in front of Wu Qingyue, Lin Qiao put the stone in front of his mouth. Wu Qingyue opened his eyes and looked at the stone in front of him. Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Lu Tianyi were all dumbfounded. Did she want old Wu to eat the stone? "Mama, you actually want Papa to eat the stone? That's too cruel." At this time, little Ting Ting suddenly spoke and looked at his papa with sympathy. Seeing that Wu Qingyue was not moved, Lin Qiao turned around and glared at little Ting Ting. "The energy in this stone can suppress the situation of going crazy. I just let him eat it for a while, it might be useful." As a result, little Ting Ting immediately waved his little hand and said to her, "It's useless. If Papa can calm down so easily, then my blood will be wasted." Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Lin Qiao stared at him dangerously and said, "You gave him your blood to eat. Is this what you did to catalyze the strange energy in his body? By the way, why didn't I feel the hidden abnormal energy in his body before? What energy couldn't she see with her eyes? This little brat actually dared to trick her." Little Ting Ting's shifty eyes immediately looked at the ceiling, the walls, of the floor, but not at Lin Qiao. Listening to the conversation between the mother and son, the others immediately understood what was going on. It was obvious that someone had done this intentionally. Since the instigator was Xiao Ting, then old Wu should not be a big problem. Thus, Lin Feng and Lin Hao, who were relieved, immediately changed their attitude and started to watch the show. Wu Qingyue, whose body was alternating between hot and cold but was still conscious, was at a loss for words. He had thought that something had happened to him, but it turned out that his son had dug a hole for him. But this female zombie actually wanted him to hold a stone in his mouth. That was enough. He really owed this mother and son. Otherwise, why would they treat him like this? At this time, Lin Hao said, there is a virus in little Tingting's blood. No wonder he looked so cold right now. Actually, it was just hot and cold at the same time. After a while, it would be so hot that it felt like his whole body was on fire. So the energy in his body was fighting against the virus in Xiaoting's blood. No wonder it was wreaking havoc. But why would it cause him to go crazy? Saying that, he looked at little Tingting inquisitively, as if he wanted to find an answer. Little Tingting's gaze drifted left and right, then pouted and said to Lin Qiao, "Your sensing system is different from mine, and you always stay far away from Dad. It would be strange if he saw it. Anyway, he is already like this now, the solution lies with you. If you don't care, then Papa may go crazy and lose his mind anyway. Papa will wake up on his own. It's just that the time is uncertain." Wu Qingyue looked at little Tingting's small face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that little Tingting must have some other reason for doing this to him. But looking at the conversation between him and this female zombie, he didn't know if he was wrong. He seemed to be doing this for his own benefit. Was this true? Could it be that he was thinking too much? Lin Qiao immediately knew that little Tingting was blatantly and openly fighting against him. What solution lies with me? Are you sure that I will help him? Aren't you afraid that I will leave him alone? Anyway, you already said that he will wake up in the end, the process in the middle doesn't matter. Lin Qiao stared at little Tingting and snorted. Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that little Tingting's blood could be used in this way, hee, you little devil. Lin Hao revealed an expression of realization at this time, and then said to little Tingting with a smirk. Little Tingting looked at the sky. Lin Hao immediately pointed at Lu Tianyi and said, "No wonder this kid is acting weird tonight, so he is also involved." Lu Tianyi was stunned. He didn't expect this bastard to suddenly throw the blame on him. His expression changed, and then he said to him snappily, "How am I acting weird? I don't understand what you are talking about. Little Tingting, you have finished speaking, there is nothing else for us to do. Let's go back to sleep." Saying that, he immediately retreated with little Tingting in his arms, turned around and was about to escape. But Lin Hao stared at him and said, "Oh, you want to squeeze with little Tingting? Aren't you ashamed, such an adult squeezing into a bed with a child? Shouldn't you go back to this room with me?" Saying that, Lin Hao pointed to his room door. "Bah, who wants to share a room with you? Go away." Lu Tianyi rolled his eyes at him and said in a hoarse voice. Then he quickly carried little Tingting and slipped away before Lin Qiao could make a move. Seeing this, Lin Feng looked at Lin Qiao and said, You do as you see fit." Then he turned around and left. Lin Hao was the last, and he even considerately closed the door for the two of them. Leaving one person and one corpse in the room, the two of them looked at each other silently. At this time, the cold feeling in Wu Qingyue's body suddenly began to recede like a tide, and then a familiar heat began to rise from his body. He immediately loosened his body and let out a long breath. It was as if he had exhaled the coldness in his heart, and his whole body began to relax. But with the stimulation of this alternating cold and hot, a certain part of Wu Qingyue's body quickly stood up. Feeling this, he immediately turned over again, and then pulled the quilt on the bed to cover his abdomen. He raised his still purple-red eyes and stared at Lin Qiao, and said with a rough voice, "Do you want to leave me like this?" Chapter 1055. Wu Qingyue didn't blame Ting Ting at all, even though he knew that Xiao Ting Ting was trying to set him up with this female zombie. He just wanted to know what this female zombie was going to do. Xiao Ting Ting also said that if she didn't care about him, even if he went crazy and lost his mind for a while, he would recover on his own. But with his strength, no one knew what would happen if he went crazy. And at this time, he couldn't show any flaws for the base to find out because it would be very disadvantageous for him. If Haiqing was disadvantageous, it would directly affect the base. Even from the perspective of the overall situation, this female zombie should also help him. Seeing that this female zombie was still very calm, Wu Qingyue's heart was a bit stifled. Did this mean that his importance in her heart was still too small for her to not show any other expressions? Lin Qiao moved her hand and a cup filled with water appeared in her hand. She handed it to him. "Drink it." Wu Qingyue looked at her and said speechlessly, "Since you have this, why did you give me the stone just now?" Lin Qiao pursed her lips and said indifferently, "I just wanted to see if the stone was really effective." Wu Qingyue, enduring the burning sensation in his body, Wu Qingyue sat up. He raised his hand and took the water from her hand, then drank it. Lin Qiao took the empty cup and wiped the rim of the cup with her other hand. The cup was immediately filled again. She continued to hand it to him. Wu Qingyue didn't say anything and took it again. He looked at her and drank it again. After drinking it, he handed it back to her and waited for her to hand over the third cup. After drinking the third cup, Wu Qingyue suddenly felt a strong energy rising from his lower abdomen. His hand shook and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. Bang! The glass directly exploded on the tile floor. Wu Qingyue suddenly lay on the bed and pressed his whole body down. He turned his head and said to Lin Qiao with a suppressed voice, "Ming, go." Lin Qiao was stunned and didn't know what was going on. She immediately squinted her eyes and looked at his body. She saw a strong and aggressive red energy slowly growing in his lower abdomen. It swallowed all the energy that Wu Qingyue just drank. How could this be? A trace of confusion flashed through Lin Qiao's mind. Did the energy from her spatial lake have no effect on him? Xiao Ting's blood was actually so tyrannical. Seeing that Wu Qingyue seemed to have fallen into a very uncomfortable and strange state, Lin Qiao frowned. His heart began to waver. Based on what Xiao Ting had just said, the solution was obviously not the lake water in her space. Then, could it be her body? If it was 2 or 3 months ago, Lin Qiao would have left without hesitation. But now, she couldn't move her feet. How could she just leave him like this? Wu Qingyue's face began to turn red, and the purplish-red light in his eyes began to burst forth dazzlingly. 2 blue veins appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was trying his best to endure it. While Lin Qiao was still hesitating, Wu Qingyue's figure suddenly flashed. He grabbed Lin Qiao's arm and threw her onto the bed, pressing her down. "Oh! You! Oh!" By the time Lin Qiao came to her senses, her hands and feet were already pinned down. Subconsciously, she immediately struggled to resist, but just as she opened her mouth, her lips were sealed by his. While she was hesitating, she had actually given Wu Qingyue a chance. How could Wu Qingyue let go of such an opportunity? So before she could change her mind, he immediately made his move. "Since you can't decide, I'll help you decide." Wu Qingyue released her soft lips and said, but in the next second, he forcefully sealed her mouth again. His tongue nimbly and forcefully opened the gap between her teeth, and then fiercely stirred up the contents of her mouth like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. Every time Wu Qingyue did this, he would become very tyrannical, and his actions were very fierce. Lin Qiao couldn't react for a moment. She only felt that her mouth and nose were suddenly filled with his strong smell and breath, mixed with a faint smell of alcohol. She knew that she was entangled, stirred, rubbed, and even sucked out of her mouth. She was sucked into his mouth. Lin Qiao felt that he really wanted to tear her apart and eat her up. His smooth and nimble tongue wreaked havoc in Lin Qiao's mouth, making her mouth slightly numb. While Lin Qiao's attention was focused on Wu Qingyue's strong tongue kiss, Wu Qingyue had already pressed down on her body, both of his hands grabbing onto hers to prevent her from moving. Then he pulled Lin Qiao's hands to the top of her head, using one hand to hold them tightly, and the other hand began to wander around her body. Wu Qingyue stirred up her mouth to his heart's content, and after absorbing enough of her sweet fragrance, he withdrew his tongue and began to suck on her two soft lips, holding them in his mouth as if they were sugar. From time to time, he would nibble on them or trace her lips with his tongue. He carefully felt the soft touch on her lips. Lin Qiao was pressed down by him, and her eyes flashed slightly. She only felt that her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Why did she have to be taken advantage of by this bastard every time? Even if she was willing now, she should be the one in charge. She stared closely at Wu Qingyue's psychedelic purple eyes. His eyes were very beautiful when they turned purple. The light was dazzling and beautiful, as if it wanted to attract people's minds into the bright purple. If this pair of eyes only belonged to her, it would also be very good. Her heart moved slightly, but then she felt a tingling sensation on her lips. Wu Qingyue let go of her lips, narrowed his purple eyes and stared into her eyes, saying, "You're so inattentive. Is my service not good enough?" As he said this, he suppressed the impulse in his body, lowered his head to smell the corner of her mouth, and then pressed his lips on hers. Then he repeatedly placed a series of delicate kisses on her smooth and elastic face, and then along her chin, he took the opportunity to smell the slender white swan neck. Feeling his hard thing pressing against her body, looking at his purplish-red eyes, Lin Qiao suddenly licked her lips. Then she struggled with both hands, and suddenly broke free from his hands that were pressing down on her. Her hands suddenly hugged his chest and shoulders, and one of Lin Qiao's legs wrapped around his waist. Then she twisted her waist forcefully, and the other leg pushed against him. She immediately flipped Wu Qingyue over. Then her whole body was pressed down on Wu Qingyue's body, and her hands quickly grabbed his hands and pulled them above his head. The situation between the two of them was immediately reversed. Lin Qiao lowered her head and stared at him, pressing her face in front of his. When their noses were about to touch, she said, "That depends on your ability." Now that she had recovered 90% of her strength, he wanted to suppress her. In his dreams. Yes, join the group if you want to see the details. Chapter 1056. Ting Tang and Lu Tianyi weren't the only ones who heard the commotion in Lin Qiao's room. The two rooms next to Wu Qingyue's on the same floor also heard the commotion. After all, everyone's abilities were above level 5. They were in the same building and on the same floor, so they could hear clearly if they wanted to. Lin Hao lay on the bed and listened with great interest. He was speechless. Why didn't these two close the window? The sound came out of their window, and it came in through his window. Although his sister tried her best to suppress the sound, she would still let it out from time to time. Her and Wu Qingyue's panting could be heard. Coupled with the sound of the mattress being moved violently and the pop sounds, it had already formed a scene that would make one's imagination run wild. Lin Hao, who was a single dog, could only lie on the bed and use his left and right hands to serve his brother. Lin Feng was much luckier. Because his wife was next to him. Enough. Don't. Please rest. I can't take it anymore. When the sky was about to brighten, Lin Qiao laid on the bed listlessly. He closed his eyes and spoke to Wu Qingyue, who was lying on his back, with a look of despair. God knows why a zombie like her couldn't beat a human's physical strength. Was a level 8 psychic's physical strength already this strong? From 1 or 2 o'clock last night until dawn, Lin Xiao looked at the alarm clock on the nightstand beside Wu Qingyue's bed. It was already past 7 o'clock. Damn, they did it 5 times in one night. Wu Qingyue lay on her back and pressed against her. When he heard her words, he turned his head and looked out of the window. Then he used his hand to hook Lin Xiao's hair behind her ear. Then he hugged her waist and stuck out his tongue to lick her ear. Lin Xiao instantly shrunk her neck. Wu Qingyue then turned over and stood by the bed to look at her. Then he decided to turn around and go into the bathroom to fill up the water. Then he came out and carried her into the bathroom. Because he saw Lin Xiao's "I'm really tired, don't bother me" expression and then looked at her slumped body with her eyes half closed. He knew that she was really tired, so he carried her into the bathroom. "Actually, I can wash it myself." Lin Xiao was lying on the bed, listening to his movements. Seeing him pick her up, she opened her eyes and said to him expressionlessly, "Is that so? But I want to help you wash it." Wu Qingyue smiled and said to her. His eyes returned to black, and he smiled like a crescent moon. As he spoke, he put Lin Xiao directly into the bathtub. The warm water flowed over Lin Xiao's body, washing away the sweat and mess that Wu Qingyue had left on her body. After Wu Qingyue put her down, he stood under the shower head and washed himself. He then turned around and looked down at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately looked up at him. "If you want to say that you want to help me clean, then there is no need, thank you. I can do it myself." If he dared to do so, she would not hesitate to give him a beating. Wu Qingyue shrugged and took a clean towel to wrap around his waist. With a gentle smile, he said, "All right, you do it yourself. It seems that I don't need to prepare clothes for you, then I will go down and make breakfast." He knew that the female zombie's clothes were in the space, so there was no need for him to worry. Lin Xiao just quietly watched him walk out with the towel, then relaxed and collapsed in the bathtub. She released all the water, then poured it into the lake in her space and continued to soak. Her body still felt weak and numb, her whole body was light, and her hands and feet were also soft, as if she was about to break away from her control. But even so, there was still a hot energy burning in her lower abdomen, spreading through her blood and meridians, and then converging on the zombie core in her head. The feeling last time wasn't this strong, so this time Lin Xiao noticed it. This energy completely replenished the energy she had consumed before, and it was more than enough. Lin Xiao soaked in her energy lake, relaxing her body and feeling the changes in the energy in her body. She had a faint premonition that she was about to break through, but she also felt that she needed a lot of energy to break through and enter the realm of the level 8 zombie emperor. But doing this with Wu Qingyue wasn't enough, but if she didn't do this with Wu Qingyue, she might not be able to feel the opportunity to break through so quickly. And after last night, she could no longer keep her distance from Wu Qingyue, and turn a blind eye to his feelings. After last night's actions, she had already begun to surrender to him. The gentle energy of the lake washed the energy left by Wu Qingyue in her lower abdomen, and the purified energy was quickly sent to Lin Xiao's zombie core, making it more and more full. Although Lin Xiao didn't want to admit it, but they were all Wu Qingyue's children and grandchildren. Inexplicably, she felt a little embarrassed. Lin Xiao raised her hand to cover her eyes, and laid there motionlessly. Wu Qingyue put on his clothes in the room, then turned around and left the room. Before leaving, he turned his head and looked at the bathroom door with a satisfied smile. Then as soon as he walked out, he saw Lin Hao walk out with dark eyes, and weakly raised his hand. "Oh. Good morning." Wu Qingyue looked at him and smiled. "What's wrong? You didn't sleep last night?" Lin Hao pursed his lips and glared at him. "If you know, then don't say it out loud. Why don't you think about who caused it?" Wu Qingyue continued to smile at him. and while walking downstairs, he patted his shoulder. You should quickly find one. Do you need me to introduce you? No way. Lin Hao refused without even thinking. Then, his expression suddenly froze, and the look in his eyes changed. He stared at Wu Qingyue. There seems to be a problem with your attitude. Why do you look like you want to hook up with someone else's sister and then please your brother-in-law? Wu Qingyue smiled and said, You can tell. You're really sharp. Then he continued to walk downstairs, leaving Lin Hao standing in the middle of the stairs in a daze. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait. Did you notice something? He actually didn't refute him. Something was wrong. Lin Hao's gaze immediately sharpened, and he stared straight at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue didn't care, and with his back facing him, he waved his hand, and then walked down. Lin Hao. No way, did this man notice something? But, would he believe it? Thinking of this, Lin Hao turned his head worriedly in the direction of Wu Qingyue's room. Then he shook his head, thinking that if Wu Qingyue was a normal person, he wouldn't believe it. But his attitude just now, Lin Hao was a little uncertain. After thinking for a while, he immediately turned and went upstairs, walking towards Wu Qingyue's room. Chapter 1057. Lin Qiao is still in the room when she hears someone knocking on the door. She smells Lin Hao's scent. Although she doesn't know why he is looking for her, Lin Qiao still gets up from the bathtub. She takes a bathrobe from the space and puts it on. After draining the bathtub, she walks out of the bathroom and opens the door. What's up? Lin Qiao looks at the messy bed before opening the door and finds that it has been cleaned up. Lin Hao also saw the situation inside. He retracted his gaze and looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lin Qiao thinks for a moment and walks out of Wu Qingyue's room. The smell in the room is very heavy. She feels that she needs fresh air. Come with me. Lin Qiao walks out of the room, closes the door and pulls Lin Hao a few steps outside. Then she takes him directly into the space. After entering the space, the two appear in the open space in front of the small building. Say it. Lin Qiao stands aside and looks at the farmland in front of her. Several level 4 zombies are shuttling through the vegetable fields or rice fields, taking care of the crops. Mrs. Lin is also among them. Lin Hao looks around and also sees Mrs. Lin's figure. But he doesn't ask about Mrs. Lin. Instead, he asks, what's the matter with Wu Qingyue? Did he see through your identity? Lin Qiao turns to look at him in surprise and says, he told you. Lin Hao shakes his head. He didn't say it clearly, but he didn't deny it either. I just tested him and his reaction seems to indicate that he already knows about it. So, then he admitted it to you. Lin Qiao purses her lips. Lin Hao stares at her. Why are you so calm? Do you think he will believe you? Aren't you afraid that he will capture you and dissect you for research or something? Lin Qiao rolls her eyes at him and says, that depends on whether he really has the ability or not. Besides, do you think everyone is like you who will never return from the path of research? Lin Hao's eyes are a bit gloomy. From a normal person's point of view, it is hard for an ordinary person to believe this kind of thing. How can this be explained with science? And now that he knew about this, wasn't his reaction a little too calm? Could it be that there is something behind it? From a safety point of view, Lin Hao felt that no matter who found out about this, there would be some risk of being exposed. Moreover, it would also be used by people with ulterior motives and so on. Even Wu Qingyue could not be sure what he was thinking. No one knew what he was thinking. Even if he really liked Lin Qiao, who knew if he would change his mind because of this? Or maybe he didn't like Lin Qiao's soul at all. Maybe he just fell in love with Lu Tianyu's body. I know what you are worried about, but I believe in him. Lin Qiao looked at Lin Hao with a smile. If Wu Qingyue only liked her body and Lu Tianyu's face. Of course, she would not reciprocate any of his feelings. However, when he called her leader Lin last night, it meant that he really liked her for everything, and not just her body and face. Besides, she had a telepathic perception of everyone's thoughts. She could accurately sense what kind of thoughts and feelings people had towards her. Even if she couldn't sense Wu Qingyue's thoughts, she could sense his true feelings and inner thoughts when he was in bed with her. If she hadn't sensed Wu Qingyue's sincerity and his obsession with her, she wouldn't have wavered in his heart. You believe him just like that? It seems that you have lost. Lin Hao looked at her and said with some sympathy. Then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He said, "Oh no, you are still the winner. He's the one who loses first, if he really loves you. It's not like she's pestering you for the sake of the two kids." Lin Qiao said firmly, "I can feel his sincerity. If he really changes his mind one day, then I won't hold on to him. Don't worry, I'm not such a weak person, okay?" Hearing what she said, Lin Hao could only shut up helplessly. At this time, Lin Qiao's eyes moved and she said, "Mom is coming." Lin Hao followed her gaze and saw Mrs. Lin walking towards them with a basket in her hand. However, it stopped 3 meters away from the two of them. She looked at Lin Hao with surprise and then looked at Lin Qiao with a questioning look. Lin Qiao walked over and stood beside her. She nodded to her, "Yes, he is Lin Hao." Then she said to Lin Hao, "Mom said that you look so much older." Lin Hao was speechless. Lin Qiao explained to him, "Mom only remembers what happened in the past. She hasn't fully recovered her memory of the recent years. Perhaps looking at you, it feels like I haven't seen you for a few years." Lin Hao nodded and took a few steps towards Mrs. Lin. However, Mrs. Lin immediately stepped back and raised a hand to push him. Lin Qiao looked at Lin Hao and said, "Don't get too close to Mom. You are a living person. The smell on your body will make Mom hungry." Lin Hao immediately stepped back silently. Then he asked, "Will Mom's memory all recover?" Lin Qiao answered, "Yes, don't you see that others are slowly recovering?" Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qiao took the basket in Mrs. Lin's hand. There were some beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes in the basket. "Then we should go back to the base today." Lin Qiao says to her mother and walks to Lin Hao with the basket in her arms. Pulling him along, she flashed out. When Wu Qingyue went downstairs, he saw that the children in the living room were already playing on the sofa. However, where is Ting? He looked around and didn't see his 1-month-old son. Dad said that Uncle Lu took him out to play. Lin Xiaolu answered his question politely. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed. Then he smiled and nodded, "Oh, really?" At this time, Qing Wangxue came out of the kitchen with a plate of fried radish in her hand. When she saw Wu Qingyue, she smiled apologetically, "Sorry, I borrowed your kitchen. I thought you wouldn't get up so early." She looked at Wu Qingyue ambiguously. Wu Qingyue said, "Oh, it's okay. Use it." How could he say that he was fine even if he didn't sleep all night? Oh, Lin Feng said he had something to do, so he went back first. Qing Wangxue said to him again and immediately shouted to the children in the living room, "Xiaolu, bring your brother and sister here for breakfast." "Okay." Lin Xiaolu answered immediately. Then she pulled Wu Yueling and Tong Tong to the dining room. Chapter 1058. Wu Qingyue looked in the direction of the door, and his eyes flickered. That little brat was probably going to slip away and hide for a few days. Who knew if he could hide from his mother's search? On the other side, Lu Tianyi brought little Tingting back to the house he used to live in. Kong Qingming, Lin Wenwen, and Long Qingying were standing next to him. Because of Kong Qingming's secret operation, Lu Tiany's house, which was considered dead by Sea City, was preserved by him. Generally speaking, as a management cadre of the base, these houses would be redistributed after his death. Because this was originally allocated to him by the base, it was not his personal property. So why did you come with me? Lu Tiany looked at the familiar door. He hadn't come back for a long time. Then he suddenly turned to Lin Wenwen and asked. Lin Wenwen just turned to look at Long Qingying, and then at Kong Qingming. For little Tingting's safety, how can I let you carry him away by yourself? By the way, aren't you hiding too close? Your mother can smell where you are just by smelling it. She looked at little Tingting with a gloating expression on her face. Little Tingting looked at her with a straight face and didn't say anything, but his hands were clinging to Lu Tiany's neck. He was afraid that this strange auntie would rush over and snatch him away again, and then tickle him. He had enough of this strange auntie's hobby. Kong Qingming rummaged in his pocket and took out a key. Then he opened the door, and the scene in the house was displayed in front of everyone. How long has it been since you came to clean? It's covered in dust. Lu Tiany glanced at the environment in the house and immediately complained to Kong Qingming. Are you blaming me? Is this my home? Not only do you not thank me for saving it for you, but you also take it for granted. Kong Qingming glanced at him with his long and beautiful eyes and snorted coldly. Of course not. Thank you, sir. Lu Tiany immediately changed his expression and said to him with a smile. Seeing that he was pretending, Kong Qingming immediately rolled his eyes. We stayed at Lake Tai for the last 2 to 3 months, and as soon as we came back yesterday, we went to the leader's house. Do you still expect my shadow clone to come back and clean for you? Lin Wenwen dragged Long Qingying in. Long Qingying's face was cold. The air pressure around her was a bit low. She had no choice, because she had planned to go back to the base with Lin Wenwen and the others last night, but they were stopped by Kong Qingming's way. Without saying another word, he forcefully pulled her away, leaving behind the people of the base as they watched them leave with ambiguous expressions. Seeing that Long Qingying had been dragged away, Lin Wenwen silently ran back. This morning, Lu Tiany secretly ran away with Tingting, Lu, and Qingming. As a result, Kong Qingming was woken up from his warm bed, and Long Qingying, who had been trapped by Kong Qingming for the whole night, was also brought out. When the 3 of them left Kong Qingming's house, they saw Lin Wenwen sitting on the stairs, because Kong Qingming and Lu Tiany lived in the same building, just on different floors. Lu Tiany carried little Tingting and stood in the middle of his living room. He watched as Kong Qingming opened the balcony door and the surrounding windows to ventilate. Lu, of Ling, he was, Tian, I, Qingming's. Long of Shao of Ming, he. Ten, he. But he might sense little uncles. Hurry up and clean up your room. Let me carry little Tingting. After Lin Wenwen heard this, he immediately came over and wanted to carry little Tingting away. No, I want Auntie Long to carry me. Tingting turned to Long Qingying, who was exuding a low pressure. Seeing Tingting, Long Qingying's expression softened a bit. She took him and walked out to the balcony. The room was being cleaned, so it was full of dust. Lu Tiany freed his hands and began to scrub his furniture with a rag. Lin Chao came out of the space, but she couldn't sense Tingting and Lu Tiany's aura. She immediately understood what was going on. She gritted her teeth and said, "That little brat. He ran pretty fast." After that, she went down to her room on the 2nd floor to change her clothes, leaving Lin Hao alone to walk downstairs with a funny look on his face. He knew Lin Chao was talking about Tingting. That little brat and Lu Tiany's aura weren't in the building. Looks like Juan slipped away last night. How'd Z come over for breakfast since you're awake? Qing Wangxue immediately called her uncle over for breakfast after seeing Lin Hao come down. Oh. Lin Hao's footsteps paused for a moment before he responded and walked towards the dining room. I think our leader is going to leave right after she comes down. Old Wu, aren't you going to ask her to stay? Lin Hao sat on an empty seat, picked up his chopsticks and said to Wu Qingyue. Not going to stay. She has things to deal with. I'll be very busy here. Wu Qingyue picked up a mouthful of leftovers from last night and ate a mouthful of porridge. He replied. Tisk, there's indeed a lot of trouble. I heard that Li Xingye is starting to play tricks again. He really can't be more obedient. And on Huaxia's side, there should be movement, but it's very quiet. Why are the two bases the opposite? Lin Hao said as he picked up some food and put it into his bowl. Although he was a doctor and didn't care much about things, he still knew what he should know. Huaxia is probably hiding something. They're very guarded right now. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly and put some food into Wu Yueling's bowl. He said to her, eat some meat too. Other people's children like to eat meat and not vegetables, but Wu Yueling didn't like to eat meat. When Lin Qiao came down, they were still eating breakfast. She didn't say anything and said good morning to Qing Wangxue and the kids. Then, she sat on the sofa and took out the stoneling Xiantong gave her to study. She was going to wait for them to finish eating before returning to the base. You seem very calm. Aren't you going to settle the score with that little demon? Lin Hao looked at Lin Qiao strangely and asked. Lin Qiao said expressionlessly, I'm not free. If that little demon was in front of her right now, she would definitely pull his ear and teach him a lesson. But now that he wasn't here, she couldn't be bothered with him. Since that brat was with Lu Tianyi now, he would definitely be with Kong Qingming. And Kong Qingming would probably not let go of Long Qingying. Then, her sister would definitely be with them too. In addition to the group of bodyguards she sent and Wu Qingyue secretly sent, that little demon's safety wouldn't be a problem. So, Lin Qiao directly got into the car and went back to the base, leaving her son who tricked her last night. Chapter 1059. Lin Kuei, who had returned to the base last night, sorted out a pile of zombie cores in his room. He put them in bags according to their levels. There were a lot of level 4 and 5 cores and a few level 6 cores. Then he put all of them into a bag. The next morning, he changed into casual clothes and went out with his bag. After going downstairs, he looked up at the rising sun in the sky, put on his sunglasses, and got into his car. Then, he drove from the second base to the first base. Qiu Lily, who was sitting on the edge of the building and stretching her legs out of boredom, immediately noticed his movements. Seeing him drive to the first base, she curiously jumped to the roof of another building and followed him. There seemed to be no mission today. Where was this big cat going? Lin Qiao would be back soon, so she couldn't run around now. 10 minutes later, Qiu Lily saw Lin Kuei stop in front of a residential area. It was a civilian area, so she didn't know why he was here. She watched Lin Kuei park the car and get out. He carried a bag and walked into the residential area. Qiu Lily immediately flew to the roof of a building in the residential area and saw Lin Kuei enter one of the buildings. Only then did she lightly float down to the ground and follow behind him. As soon as she turned the corner of the stairs, she saw Lin Kuei standing there and looking at her. Why are you following me? He looked at her and asked. Then what are you doing here? Qiu Lily's big red eyes looked left and right. She wasn't wearing sunglasses. She wasn't wearing sunglasses because there were no humans around. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Kuei said calmly. It would be terrible if it had something to do with me. Of course, I know it has nothing to do with me. Chiu Lily looked at him speechlessly. Lin Kuei. That was true, he was speechless. So what are you doing here? He looked at her silently and asked her with his eyes. Chiu Lily said, I'm just curious. It doesn't matter if I follow you, I won't get in your way. Lin Kuei thought about it. If he refused, this girl would definitely follow him secretly. Since she was really curious, it didn't matter. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked up. Why don't we take the elevator? Chiu Lily followed him and asked in confusion. We will meet people. Lin Dao walked forward expressionlessly and answered without turning his head back. Oh. Which floor are we going to? Chiu Lily asked. 9th floor. Lin Kuei turned a corner and continued to walk up. The grade of the buildings in this district was not low. Each building was at least 12 or 13 stories high. The residents here also had an elevator to take. An ordinary person would be out of breath after climbing 7 or 8 floors, but the metahumans and zombies did not care. Hence, Lin Kuei and Chiu Lily quickly climbed up to the 9th floor and knocked on the door of a room. Are you looking for someone? Who lives here? Chiu Lily looked at the entire door from top to bottom and couldn't help but ask. Lin Kuei did not answer her but waited patiently for the person in the house to open the door. Chiu Lily didn't mind Lin Kuei ignoring her. After sizing up the door in front of him, he began to size up the surrounding environment and other doors. In any case, his eyes just couldn't stop moving. After a while, the sound of light footsteps came from the room. Then, the door in front of Lin Kuei opened. Kuei, you're back. Seeing Lin Kuei, Ling Jing immediately showed a happy expression. After coming to the base, her standard of living had improved a lot. She had enough to eat and a warm place to live. Moreover, she had a brother who came back from the dead to rely on. Her complexion was much better than before, and her figure was not as sickly as before. Ling Jing's voice immediately made Chiu Lily turn her head quickly. Her 2 long ponytails were swaying for a while. At this time, Ling Jing also saw Chiu Lily next to Lin Kuei. After seeing her red eyes, she was startled and had some guesses in her heart. She asked Lin Kuei, Kuei, this is... Lin Kuei then turned his head to look at Chiu Lily. Her name is Chiu Lily. After saying that, he lifted his leg and stepped into the door as if he was familiar with her. Leaving Ling Jing and Chiu Lily at the door for a few seconds. It was Ling Jing who reacted first. He smiled and said to Chiu Lily, that. Are you coming in? Chiu Lily immediately nodded and replied politely, hello. Then she followed him into the house. Ling Jing then closed the door and then waved to Chiu Lily on the sofa next to him, please sit down. The things in the house are all old, if you don't mind. Chiu Lily immediately smiled sweetly, it's okay. Although she was a neat freak, she couldn't show too much of herself in front of someone whom she met for the first time. Fortunately, although the sofa in Ling Jing's house was a little old, it looked clean. She sat down and immediately looked back and forth between Ling Jing and Lin Kuei curiously. She asked doubtfully, are you, brother and sister? After looking at them for a while, she keenly noticed that the 2 people looked a little similar. Ling Jing looked at her and saw that she seemed to be waiting for an answer to confirm. She said, didn't Kuei tell you about our relationship? The girl looked like a teenager with red eyes. Ling Jing guessed that she was definitely not a human. But he didn't know what level the girl was. With the existence of her brother, Ling Jing was not very afraid of zombies. Moreover, the girl came with her brother. Chiu Lily shook her head and looked up at her, no, I secretly followed him. You guys look a little alike. She's my sister, my biological sister, Lin Dao said and then handed the bag in his hand to Ling Jing. Keep these. You gave me so many, why don't you keep them for yourself? Don't you guys rely on zombie cores to level up or maintain energy? I don't need so many. Ling Jing took Lin Kuei's bag and found that it was quite heavy. She immediately frowned and said, "Oh, so you're here to give zombie cores. Hello Sister Lin, I like your brother. Can I be with him?" Qiu Lily saw the actions of the two and immediately understood why Lin Ran was here. So she immediately said and then looked at Ling Jing with a pair of expectant eyes. However, Ling Jing and Lin Kuei were a little dumbfounded when they heard what she said. You mean, you want to pursue Kuei? Ling Jing reacted a little faster than Lin Kuei and immediately asked Qiu Lily in surprise. Qiu Lily nodded vigorously. At this time, Lin Kuei looked at Qiu Lily with a blank expression. Qiu Lily was a little embarrassed by Ling Jing's surprised expression. She slightly lowered her eyes and looked left and right, not daring to look at her. But she said, "Well, because I like big cats and what?" She didn't say in the end. But her expression gave Ling Jing some clues. Chapter 1060. Ling Jing looked at Lin Kuei and then asked with a subtle expression, "Girlfriend?" Lin Kuei immediately came to his senses and looked at her in surprise. No. At this time, Qiu Lily immediately stood up from the sofa and rushed to Lin Kuei's side. She subconsciously held his arm. She tilted her head slightly and said to Ling Jing, No, I'm not his girlfriend. Well, I just like his transformed form. No, although I don't hate his human form." Qiu Lily felt that Ling Jing had misunderstood what she said just now. She wanted to explain, but she felt that something was wrong and she couldn't figure it out. So her speech was a little flustered. "Oh, I see. Okay, I got it." Ling Jing smiled gently, but his eyes were a little meaningful when he saw her holding Lin Kuei's arm. Lin Kuei didn't expect Qiu Lily to speak so directly. Although he was a little shocked, he inexplicably felt a little happy in his heart. Although he didn't show it on his face, there was a hint of joy in his eyes when he turned to look at Qiu Lily. Ling Jing had been observing the expressions of the two, seeing his brother's eyes. So the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. "Well, you two sit down first. I'll make breakfast later. Have a meal with me." Ling Jing smiled and waved to the two. Then he turned into the bedroom and put down the things that Lin Kuei had just given him. Then he walked out and went into the kitchen. Lin Kuei asked Shen Yuzhen to arrange the accommodation for her. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Jing was just a thin and ordinary woman who didn't have the ability to get herself a one-bedroom suite to live alone, Lin Jing didn't have the ability to do so. But the people around her knew that she had a brother. Her brother was very mysterious and powerful. Because the attitude of the security guards in this community was a little protective of Ling Jing. At first, people who wanted to inquire about Ling Jing were warned by the security guards. Hearing Ling Jing's words, Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily subconsciously looked at each other. Qiu Lily suddenly realized how intimate their posture was. She immediately let go of him as if she was electrocuted. Then she silently retreated to the sofa and sat down. Although he said that he was accompanying Ling Jing for breakfast, he was really accompanying her. Since Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily couldn't eat human food, they could only sit and watch. "So you like felines? Then there are very few feline zombies like Kuei. Most of them are mutant zombies with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth abilities. Transforming into animals is the rarest type, Ling Jing said as he ate his pancake and drank his hot and sour soup while thinking about Chiu Lily's words. Chiu Lily smiled embarrassedly. How long have you known each other? Ling Jing asked again. Chiu Lily said, it hasn't been long since we officially met. It was just a few days ago. Previously, we probably only sensed each other's existence and knew each other's names. Previously, she did not have much interaction with Lin Kuei, and Lin Kuei's presence was very low. Who knew where he would disappear to every now and then? If the underground creatures hadn't appeared a few days ago, she wouldn't have known that this male zombie could turn into a big cat. Oh, I see. The development was quite fast. Ling Jing smiled and glanced at Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei remained silent and listened to the conversation between the two women the whole time. On the other hand, after Lin Qiao returned to the base, the first thing he did was organize Xie Dong's information. Then he went to base number 1 to meet the people from Qingshan base. A round-faced girl came in. Lin Qiao had seen her before. She was here to recommend the zombie isolation agent, just you alone. Are you here to check on the zombies in your base? Lin Qiao sat on the single sofa in the office, leaning against the back of the sofa as he looked at Yi Yingyue. Yi Yingyue sat on the two-seater sofa and shook her head awkwardly. Not really. The main thing is that I wanted to inform you of something. Seeing the zombies in our base, it's just along the way. Lin Qiao looked at her, puzzled. Oh, what's the matter that Lan Lu sent you to come all the way here? It's, your zombie identity. Skyfire's people found out by accident, but we're not sure if they believe it or not. We've tried to cover it up, to make them think the information isn't true. Yi Yingyue faced Lin Qiao. She didn't know if it was because of her guilty conscience, but she was a little timid. After all, the information had been leaked from their base, and from one of their leaders, Lan Lu. When Lin Qiao heard this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. She looked at Yi Yingyue, expressionless, and asked calmly, so you're saying Skyfire's people found out about my identity from you? Even if she said they'd covered it up, they'd still found out. It didn't matter if they could cover it up or not, they already had their suspicions. Since they had their suspicions, they'd find a way to verify the truth. She knew Qingshan base was under the scrutiny of both Skyfire and Huaxia. She wasn't surprised that Lan Lu had leaked her identity. But Lan Lu had the gall to leak her secret. Yi Yingyue felt an invisible pressure bearing down on her from Lin Qiao's stare. It made it hard for her to breathe. Yes. Under Lin Qiao's gaze, she forced herself to nod. Lin Qiao looked away, silent for a few seconds. Then he asked, when? Yi Yingyue breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Qiao looked away. Half a month ago, she replied. The person who got the information isn't weak either. He made a secret trip back to Skyfire base after he got the information. After all, someone who could sneak up on Lan Lu's level 8 spirit master wasn't weak. Something flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes. This person you're talking about, did he bring something else back to Skyfire? Do you have any information on him? Yi Yingyue hung her head in thought at the sudden question. This person, we haven't been able to find out anything about him. He's very secretive. All we know is he's from Skyfire base. As for what else you're talking about, we don't know. But there was an incident a while back that I think has something to do with him. Some of our adepts went missing, as did some of the adepts the Huaxia base sent to spy on us. At this point, she frowned and continued, later on, those people's corpses were found in a few places, but there was something strange about the corpses. There's evidence of Skyfire's presence in those places. What was it? Lin Qiao asked. Chapter 1061. Their bodies were injected with some sort of zombie virus drug. Their bodies are purple, and they've turned into zombies. But they're dead, and not because their heads were destroyed. It's more like the zombification process failed. Yi Yingyue explained what she'd seen and what she'd guessed. Lin Chao folded his arms across his chest, one hand pinching his chin with his thumb and forefinger. His eyes were deep in thought. Was this the secret the mysterious man had brought back to Skyfire Base for Li Jingye? Are they all dead? Lin Chao asked. A small number were missing, I'm not sure. Yi Yingyue shook her head. Based on what you're saying, someone purposely made them disappear. Then, their corpses appeared together again, and they all showed the state of zombification after being infected by the zombie virus. Were they experimented on? Lin Chao asked after a moment's thought. I'm not sure. Our boss is still trying to figure out the culprit's intentions. I don't know if it's what you're saying. Yi Yingyue shook her head. Lin Chao frowned, but didn't say anything. The office fell silent. After a few seconds, Lin Chao said, All right, I got it. Since you said you'd like to take a look at your fellow zombies, I'll send someone to take you there. Yuzhen, take Miss Yi there to see what's going on. As he spoke, he called Shen Yuzhen in. Yes, Miss Yi. Please come with me. Shen Yuzhen smiled at Yi Yingyue as soon as she entered. All right, thank you. Yi Yingyue rose to her feet. She nodded to Lin Chao, then followed Shen Yuzhen out of the office. Lin Chao sat on the sofa, thinking about what Yi Yingyue had said, and the information Xie Dong had brought back from Skyfire. Recently, Li Jingye had been secretly capturing metahumans in his base. Thinking back to the information Yi Yingyue brought, the metahumans of Qingshan Base and Huaxia Base had all turned into zombies after their disappearance, but they hadn't died from having their heads destroyed. Putting all this together, Lin Chao could imagine what Skyfire was up to. Experimenting on living adepts to turn them into zombies. What was their goal? Add to that the fact that Skyfire Base already knew her identity. She'd have to get out there as soon as possible and sort things out. But now there was the threat of the underworld. If she didn't deal with it, she wouldn't be able to take on Starfire. Besides, Skyfire Base had already received the news, but they didn't seem to be doing anything about it. After weighing the severity of the crisis, Lin Chao decided to first solve the problem of the base. As for the matter of her identity being leaked, Li Jingye was only suspicious and had yet to confirm her identity. So, Li Jingye might send someone to investigate the situation first. This meant that her condition was not urgent. Thinking of this, Lin Chao immediately got up and walked out of the office. Then, he brought Duan Wan back to base number 2. Lin Chao summoned Xie Dong to his office in the second base. Increase your efforts to keep an eye on Li Jingye's movements. There were two possibilities. One was that they might have already suspected my identity as a zombie. The other possibility is that Li Jingye secretly caught those people with superpowers to do some kind of zombie virus experiment. Xie Dong jotted down the information in his notebook and nodded. Yes, sir. After that, he had a meeting with Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing to discuss the situation of the underworld creatures. He told them about his plans and plans for the future. Are you going to go down to the caves and catch them? Will it be dangerous? Lin Feng asked, his voice serious. I'll find out when I get down there. I'll go alone. I have the invisibility skill and the dimension. If I run into danger, I'll be able to escape. Lin Chao said. I wonder if the stone they brought back will be able to suppress the underworld creatures. Yuan Tianqing rested his elbows on the table, his hands crossed. His expression was serious. The energy in the stone is similar to the underworld creatures, but I don't know if it'll be able to suppress them. We'll have to try. Lin Chao looked at him. Yuan Tianqing nodded. His silence indicated that it was the best he could do. When the meeting was over, Lin Qiao set off alone to the underworld creatures. On the other side of the city, the third floor of one of Skyfare's skyscrapers was heavily guarded. It wasn't a large space. When the elevator descended, there was a 200 square meter office. The walls were made of matte metallic glass. You couldn't see what was inside, only a blurry image. There were a number of people dressed in white robes moving about. There were 2 corridors to the left and right of the office. On either side of the corridor were 2 rows of closed doors, with glass windows in the doors. If you peered through the windows, you'd be able to see what was going on. "How's number 3 doing?" Li Xingye was in the office. He was dressed in white, a mask on his face and gloves on his hands. He held a notebook in his hand as he asked the man next to him. "Number 3's consciousness is gone, but his vital signs haven't completely disappeared." One of the men answered timidly. He didn't dare look Li Xingye in the eye. "What about the infection?" Li Xingye frowned. "His muscles have hardened, and his blood has stopped flowing. His fingers and gums have secreted the virus. He doesn't look any different on the outside, but he's already a zombie." The man replied. "Then continue with the drug injections for numbers 4 to 10. Keep an eye on these people and don't let them escape," Li Xingye said as he put the notebook in his hand on the workbench. Yes. Understood." The man next to him nodded respectfully. Seeing Li Xingye turn around and walk out of the office, the man let out a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, they heard the sound of the elevator. Only now did the people in the research department, who had been trying their best to reduce their presence, start to speak. "Who gave Li Xingye such a thing? This is harming people. Shoo, lower your voice. If someone hears this and reports it to Li Xingye, we're all done for. Yeah, watch your words. Chief, we haven't dealt with the failed product. How do we send people to deal with it?" The chief who was standing next to Li Xingye didn't say anything. His expression was different from before. At this moment, his face was expressionless and his eyes were calm, but a dark light flickered in them. He didn't know what to think. "Chief?" the assistant asked again when he didn't get a response. "These are all evidence, we can't just throw them out of the base. Find a place that no one knows about and hide the corpses there. Find an ice ability user to freeze the corpses." The section chief then gave his orders. "Will there be an accident like this? What if the corpses come back to life? Do we need to shoot them in the head first?" The assistant asked hesitantly. "No need. Just do as I say." "Oh." Chapter 1062. The assistant turned around and left. Then, he walked to the side of the elevator and opened a door. Behind the door was a staircase. He walked down. After going down 1 floor, the situation below was similar. The layout was the same. There were corridors on both sides and rows of doors. The only difference was that there was a 200 square meter research room in the middle. Similarly, there were many soldiers on both sides of the corridor, standing guard with guns. "How many of you?" After coming down, the assistant shouted to the soldiers on both sides of the corridor. The soldiers looked at each other. Finally, the few people closest to the staircase stood up and moved closer. The assistant thought for a moment and said to one of them, "Go out from the back door and prepare a medium-sized truck. Then, wait up there." "Okay," the man answered, turned around, and walked into the elevator. Not enough. Bring a few more." The assistant looked at the rest and immediately shook his head. The soldiers looked at each other and 5 more people walked out. The assistant looked at them and waved at them. "Come down with me." Then, he turned around and walked down the staircase. He brought 8 or 9 soldiers down to the 3rd underground floor. Then, he walked down the corridor on the right until he reached the innermost part before opening the last door. Inside the door was another staircase. However, this staircase was smaller and made of cement. The light inside was also dimmer. After walking down the staircase, there was another door below. After opening the door, it revealed a secret room inside. A gust of cold air gushed out from the door. On the ground inside, there were dozens of long humanoid objects that were as tall as a person and sealed with plastic bags. "Move these out and leave from the back door," the assistant pointed at the objects on the ground and said to the soldiers behind him. After coming down, the soldiers had already guessed what their temporary job this time was. Thus, without saying much, they hung their guns on their shoulders and went in to move the objects. At noon that day, Lin Qiao drove to the place where Elmar's team was stationed. Before reaching the camp, Elmar sensed Lin Qiao's appearance from afar. Then, when Lin Qiao was a few hundred meters away from the camp, she landed on the roof of Lin Qiao's car. Lin Qiao stopped the car and stuck his head out of the window to look up. "You're here." Elmar turned over and jumped down from the roof. "Have they made any movements recently?" Lin Qiao looked at her and asked. "No, it seems to be hiding underground again." Elmar pursed her lips and said helplessly. "Where is the nearest cave entrance?" Lin Qiao asked. 5 or 6 kilometers away from here." Elmar pointed in a direction. "Take me there." Lin Qiao immediately shrunk into the car. "Oh." Elmar walked around the front of the car and got into the passenger seat. "Do you want to collect clues about those things?" Lin Qiao nodded as he drove. "You can say that. I still need to catch a few alive and bring them back to the base for experiments." "Capture him alive. Can it be locked up?" Elmar asked doubtfully. After all, those things were not afraid of any metal. One swipe of their claws would cut through it. Elmar really couldn't figure out how Lin Qiao was going to lock them up after he brought them back. "Let's catch the weakest ones first. There's always a way to control them," Lin Qiao said. He hadn't caught them yet, and he didn't know what to use to lock them up. If there was something that could restrict their movements, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Because he didn't know, he had to catch them first. Anyway, if he threw them into the forest in her space, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. After a while, Lin Qiao smelled the earthy smell from afar. She put the car back into her space and walked toward the cave entrance. Elmar followed her and observed from left to right. They arrived at the cave entrance, which was a square. The cave entrance was in the parking lot next to the square. The cave entrance was very big, with a length and width of 10 to 12 meters. A strong earthy smell wafted out from the cave. "Pay attention to the surroundings and wait for me to come out," Lin Qiao said to Elmar and jumped into the cave. There was no light in the cave, and it was sloping down. The lower they went, the darker it became, and the light gradually disappeared. But Lin Qiao's zombie eyes could see everything in the cave. The passage in the cave wasn't very small. It was 3 meters high and at least 5 meters in diameter. If the level 8 gorilla crawled out, it would be able to pass. The passage from the cave entrance was tilted at a 45-degree angle, and it kept going down. Even when the light from the cave entrance disappeared, Lin Qiao still walked down the slope. After walking for more than 10 minutes, it suddenly became flat. There was a relatively large round space in the flat area. The ground was flat, and there was an arched ceiling at the top. There were 5 or 6 large and small caves around, one of which was as big as the one that Lin Qiao came in. It felt like a passageway for the level 8 underground creature to walk through. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao bent down and walked into a smaller hole. These smaller holes were only about 1.4 meters high. Fortunately, she didn't need to crawl in. He only needed to bend his waist a little before he walked in. The cave was very dry. Although the walls were dug rough, it didn't feel wet. Although there was an earthy smell, the earthy smell was left by the creatures. Lin Xiao walked along the cave. The passage was crooked, and she walked for more than 20 minutes before she saw the end. At the end, there were no more passages in front or on the left. The passage was below, and there was a hole to jump into. Lin Xiao squatted by the hole and looked at it. Even with her eyes, she couldn't see how deep the bottom of the hole was. After thinking about it, she flicked out her claws. Then, she jumped into the hole and used her claws to dig into the wall. Her claws scratched the wall, and a few deep claw marks and a pile of sand flew out. Swoosh! Lin Xiao landed on flat ground after a while. She patted off the dirt on her hands and head before she started to look at the bottom of the hole. The temperature was much lower. There was a passage similar to the one above that extended forward. She didn't know where it led to. Apart from the earthy smell of these creatures, there were no other smells in the surroundings. The surroundings were also silent. There was no sound. Lin Xiao continued to walk forward, and she heard her own footsteps. In Sea City, Ting Ting and Lu Tianyi didn't sense Lin Xiao when she left. At noon, Lu Tianyi sensed carefully on the balcony and found that Lin Xiao's breath was no longer with Wu Qingyue. She wasn't even in the entire Sea City base. Your mother left. Did you feel it? He returned to the living room and said to Ting Ting. Little Ting Ting glanced at him, then immediately said happily, Is he gone? That's great, quickly send me back to Papa. Why do you want to go back to your father? Isn't it better to stay with me? Lu Tianyi glanced at him and asked. Ting Ting immediately rolled his dead fish eyes and said, No, your cooking is too bad. Lu Tianyi. Chapter 1063. Lu Tianyi felt that although his cooking skills were not very good, at least it was edible. Besides, what could a toothless kid like him eat? He only cooked a bowl of white porridge at noon. Although he only put some salt in it, it took him a long time to cook it. How could it dislike him? Papa's cooking smells like milk, and there's delicious bone soup to drink. You only give me porridge, I'm still growing, okay? Little Ting Ting rolled his eyes at him. Therefore, Lu Tianyi sent Little Ting Ting back to Wu Qingyue's place under Little Ting Ting's extreme dislike. After sending Little Ting Ting back to Wu Qingyue's place, Lu Tianyi felt that he had nothing to do. So he planned to be idle for 2 days, and then go back to the base. In the end, he was caught by Kong Qingming to do hard work. No, you let me do everything. What are you going to do? Looking at the pile of documents on Kong Qingming's desk, Lu Tianyi asked him blankly. I'm going to chase after Qingqing. Kong Qingming replied naturally. Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen drove back to the base after lunch. At that time, Kong Qingming wanted to stop Long Qingying. But it was not good to go too far. After all, he had been pestering her all night last night. So he had to let them go back. So he had to find a way to follow them, but he had too many things to do here. So he had to grab Lu Tianyi to take over. Lu Tianyi, Lin Xiao groped in the underground passage for a long time, and suddenly appeared in an empty round hole. Similar to the previous one, this hole was more than 10 meters wide and 10 meters high, and it was very spacious. There were many small holes around, about a dozen. The big ones were more than 5 meters high, and the small ones were 1 or 2 meters high. Lin Xiao walked along these holes one by one, smelling the smell coming out of the holes. Some smells were light and some were heavy. Some smells were very fresh, and some smells were very faint. However, there was a hole that had a very special smell. The smell of blood and decay was very strong. Lin Qiao knew what was going on with this smell. It was probably the smell of decomposing animal corpses. However, such a strong smell was somewhat unusual. Lin Qiao thought about it and looked at the other caves. She didn't know how long it would take to reach the end of the tunnel. She had been walking for 2 to 3 hours, and she didn't know how deep she was, but she didn't encounter any subterranean creatures. It seemed like these things were hiding very deeply. He walked towards the bloody and putrid hole. The deeper he went, the heavier the stench became. Lin Qiao couldn't help but cover her nose. She couldn't stand the heavy smell. If the nose was too sensitive, it would have the opposite effect when it encountered a gas that was too pungent. The passageway of this cave wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. Compared to the other caves, it was considered medium. It was a little more than 2 meters tall and about 1.5 meters wide. Therefore, Lin Qiao did not need to bend over and could walk straight. The underworld creatures had dug so many tunnels that were accessible in all directions. If there was an earthquake, they might collapse. After walking for half an hour, the smell became stronger. The smell made Lin Qiao cover her nose tightly. Fortunately, she did not need to breathe. Although it was pitch black in the cave, Lin Qiao could see a grayish-white scene. However, she could not see too far. At most, she could see within 10 meters. At the end of the tunnel, there was another big pit. The top wasn't dug very high, but the bottom was dug very deep. It was at least 10 meters deep, and the stench of rotting corpses rose from below. Lin Qiao squinted her eyes and looked down. There was a dark energy below. Because it was too deep, she could not see what was below. But it was definitely not a good scene. At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly heard a sound coming from the tunnel that she came from. Following that, a pungent smell of earth and blood came closer and closer. Lin Qiao leaned against the wall and looked at the movement at the entrance of the tunnel. After a while, she saw 2 2-meter-tall subterranean creatures dragging something over from afar. When they got closer, Lin Qiao realized that they were dragging the corpses of 2 mutated dogs. The corpses had been gnawed to the bones, and the entire set of canine bones was still connected. There were still some remnants of flesh and blood stuck to the ghastly white bones. Only the head was preserved relatively well. It felt like these things did not eat the head. Obviously, this was their food. Now they were just dealing with the food residue. The 2 subterranean creatures dragged one in each hand. The 4 mutated dogs were of different sizes. The big one was the size of an adult Tibetan Mastiff, and the small one was the size of a husky. Lin Qiao watched the 2 subterranean creatures drag the 4 sets of bones to the edge of the big pit and stand next to her. She casually threw the mutated dog's bones into the big pit. After throwing it, she licked her paws and turned around to walk back. At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly moved. She grabbed the 2 subterranean creatures with each hand and threw them into the forest of the space. Roar dash, suddenly thrown into a strange place, the 2 subterranean gorillas immediately roared in panic. But Lin Qiao did not pay attention to them. She turned around and walked out of the space. Because there were 2 more subterranean creatures coming in from afar. They were also dragging a few mutated beast bones. But this time, it was not the mutated dogs, but the mutated cats and mutated rats. Roar roar. The 2 subterranean creatures made strange sounds before they reached the entrance of the cave. Then they walked to the entrance of the cave and looked left and right as if they were looking for something. Lin Qiao felt that they might be looking for the 2 that she had just put into the space. It seemed that she had miscalculated. It seemed that she couldn't let these 2 discover anything. Otherwise, it would be bad if they gave out a warning. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately moved the two subterranean gorillas that had not thrown the food residue into the space. Then she came out and kicked the remains into the big pit. She continued to wait for the subterranean gorillas that came from behind. She had already noticed that there were more than 4 subterranean creatures that appeared to throw the garbage. There were more at the back. Just in time, she would take one as they came. If there were 2, she would take 2. At this time, at the entrance of the tunnel that Lin Qiao had just entered from, a 3-meter-tall subterranean creature was standing beside the circular space. It watched as dozens of subordinates dragged the food residue in 2 by 2. But after a while, the 3-meter-tall gorilla turned to look at the tunnel and the cave with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, the subordinates that went in should have returned. But why didn't they come out? Did they slack off halfway? By the time his subordinates had all dragged the mutant beasts' corpses back in, not a single one of them had returned. Chapter 1064. If the 3-meter-tall gorilla had eyes, it would be full of question marks. However, it didn't have eyes, but its actions showed its puzzled expression. After poking its head into the cave for a long time and sniffing left and right with its nose, it finally stepped into the cave. Lin Qiao stood at the edge of the pit and kicked the last mutated beast skeleton into it. Then, she turned around and walked back. There were 16 gorillas, but there were 30 mutated beast skeletons. There were all kinds of mutated beasts. In addition to the dogs, cats, and mice at the beginning, there were snakes, pigs, birds, and so on. There were also some strange corpses of mutated beasts that he had never seen before. Lin Qiao's mission was considered completed after capturing the 16 underground creatures. However, she didn't intend to go back so soon. She had to see how these creatures lived underground. Perhaps she could find something else. Just as Lin Qiao was about to walk out, she felt the aura of another underground creature. Are there more? However, the aura of this one seemed to be much stronger than the previous ones. She reckoned that she couldn't capture it, so she might as well kill it. Lin Qiao made up her mind and walked forward slowly. She was invisible, so these creatures couldn't sense her presence at all. It seemed like they couldn't smell her aura either. The underground creatures that sensed the spatial forest couldn't run out of the forest no matter how hard they tried. Lin Qiao and the high-level underworld creature got closer. Then, they saw a huge underworld gorilla with its back bent and head lowered. Its 2 thick forelimbs supported the ground in front of it as it walked in. From its aura, this underground creature was about the strength of a level 4 mutated beast. The ones that she had captured before were probably level 2. The gorilla's entire body was almost blocking the hole, so Lin Qiao couldn't pass through the gap beside it. Therefore, when she got close to the underground creature, Lin Qiao immediately grabbed its foreleg and brought it into the space. Roar! The level 4 underground creature immediately turned around and roared in panic when it felt that the surrounding aura had become unfamiliar. The Class 2 underworld creatures that were scurrying around suddenly heard their boss's voice and responded in unison. Roar, roar, roar. The level 4 underworld creature heard his subordinate's voice and roared happily. But soon, it was no longer happy. Lin Qiao stood on a tree next to it and waved his hand. A small black flame with a swaying slender black tail pounced towards the level 4 underground creature. Before the subterranean creature could react, it had already burrowed into its ear. Roar! When the black flame drilled into its head, the level 4 underground creature immediately felt a sharp pain in its head. It roared in pain, then fell to the ground with its arms around its head, rolling on the ground. It rolled left and right, scratching its head with its claws. His head, which had no eyes to begin with, was now covered in wounds and blood. Upon hearing the pained cries of the level 4 subterranean creature, the surrounding subterranean creatures quietened down. At this moment, the level 4 creature had stopped struggling. Its body began to calm down and lay motionless. Then, its head began to slowly deflate, and so did its body. After a short while, a small black flame drilled out of its head. It was thicker than when Lin Qiao had placed it in. The black flame engulfed the head of the subterranean creature. Its head began to melt, then its neck, and then its upper body. The subterranean creatures seemed to have smelled the aura of Lin Qiao's flame. They didn't dare to make a sound. They seemed to be afraid that Lin Qiao, the dangerous flame, would find them. After devouring, the small flame returned to Lin Qiao's palm with more energy. The subterranean creature was only level 4, so its energy was insufficient. It wasn't as satisfying as when Lin Qiao had absorbed the energy of 10 level 7 subterranean creatures. It wasn't enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. After exiting the space, Lin Qiao immediately walked towards the hole. He didn't know when the other subterranean creatures would realize that this small group of subterranean creatures had disappeared. But Lin Qiao didn't think about it. Soon, he exited the tunnel that was the subterranean creatures' dumping ground. He didn't know where their nest was. Lin Qiao stood in the round hole and sniffed left and right. Then, he went into a hole left by the subterranean creatures that smelled fresh. On the ground, Lin Qiao had been in the underground creature's hole for several hours. Besides Elmar, there were 3 more creatures guarding the hole. Woof, woof, woof. The snake and dog trio, which hadn't appeared for a long time, ran out again. They were squatting at the edge of the hole and looking down. In fact, one of them was curious and wanted to go down, but it was stopped and dragged back by the other one. Wang was lying on the ground with its limbs spread out. It stuck out its tongue and looked at the hole excitedly. But one of its hind legs was curled up by the tip of Dahei's tail, so it couldn't go down. The big mushroom next to it had its roots in the ground beside the hole. It tilted its mushroom head and looked down, as if it was stretching its head to look inside. Elmar squatted by the side and supported her chin with her palm as she looked at the 3. The zombie dog didn't seem to feel the aura in the hole. But the big snake was afraid of the aura in the hole and didn't even let the zombie dog get close. Then, she looked at the big mushroom spirit that was curiously stretching its head into the hole. It was also very vigilant. She didn't know how Lin Qiao raised the 3 of them into a group. Wang was being dragged by Dahei, but it obviously didn't want to give up. It continued to pull its 2 forelegs and moved forward with all its strength. It pulled its hind legs long and pulled Dahei's tail forward little by little. Seeing that it couldn't hold it back, Dahei immediately raised its head, and its diamond-shaped triangular eyes flashed with anger. Then, it suddenly pulled Wang back with great force and rolled its whole body on Wang's body. Woof, woof, woof. After a while, Wang's whole body was rolled up by Dahei and couldn't move. The mushroom spirit next to them obviously didn't react to their actions. Elmar just looked at the zombie dog, speechless. It was courting death and angering Dahei. See, it was being suppressed by its whole body. At this moment, the big mushroom, who had been standing beside the hole with its neck tilted, suddenly jumped into the hole. Oh! Elmar was stunned. Woof! Wang also turned its head to look at the place where the big mushroom had been standing at. Dahei was speechless. It had spent so much effort to drag this one, but it was all for nothing. It thought that the big mushroom wouldn't want to go down. Chapter 1065. Seeing that his little friend Big Mushroom had gone down, Wang immediately twisted his body and struggled to get out of Big Black's body. Then, he rushed over excitedly and plunged into the hole. Big Black was left lying motionless at the edge of the hole. Elmar looked at it and muttered, "Oh, they all went down. Isn't this guy going down?" Big Black silently stayed where it was for more than 10 seconds. Finally, it crawled over helplessly. Then, it swam down from the edge of the hole. Lin Qiao, who didn't know that her 3 pets had also slipped in, was walking toward the front of the tunnel. As she walked, the ground of the tunnel began to slope down again and then made a turn. Lin Qiao continued walking for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in front of her. She couldn't see far. She could only see that the road under her feet had suddenly been cut off. Then, she couldn't see the top of the hole, the ground below, or the situation on the other side. Looking around, she found that there was a 2-meter wide walkway on the left and right sides. Every 3 to 4 meters, there was a hole. Moreover, the smell of the underground creatures was very strong. However, it was obviously not a garbage dump like the big pit just now. Lin Qiao casually walked to the right and then walked to the hole that appeared 3 to 4 meters away. Just now, she thought that this was a tunnel, like an exit or entrance from another direction. Unexpectedly, when she walked over to take a look, there was no tunnel inside. It was just a hole. The height of the hole was less than 2 meters, and the space was very small. The area was about 4 to 5 square meters. Moreover, the innermost part of the hole, against the wall, was a pile of thick animal skins. And the fur. The middle of the pile of animal skins was dented, as if it was often pressed by something. Could this be their nest? There was also an unpleasant smell on the pile of animal skins. Lin Qiao thought curiously. Then, she walked into the hole and looked around. There was nothing in the hole except the pile of animal skins. When she didn't find anything, she retreated and continued to walk forward. 4 to 5 meters away, she saw another hole. Inside this hole was another small hole that looked like a nest. There was almost a pile of animal skins inside. She didn't know what kind of animal they were. Lin Qiao kept walking forward, and after walking a circle, she found that she had returned to the cave entrance that she had come out from. All he saw were small holes that looked like nests. When he looked up, he saw that the top was the soil layer. He stood at the edge and looked up and down. The situation was almost the same. However, after walking around the cave, there was no trace of the underground creatures. He didn't know where they went. She walked back from the previous hole. Previously, she had walked downhill. Now that she was going back, of course, she had to go uphill. After exiting the hole, Lin Qiao returned to the circular hole. Lin Qiao looked left and right, then picked a tunnel and walked in. After walking for a short while, a fork appeared in the road. Lin Qiao sniffed left and right at the crossroads and walked towards another path with a stronger smell. However, as they walked, another fork appeared. It felt like he was walking through an underground maze, and he had no idea where he was going. One of the 2 forks had the aura of an underground creature, while the other had a strange aura. Lin Qiao didn't know what it was, but it smelled weird. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't pleasant either. Anyway, it smelled weird. She walked in the direction of the aura, feeling puzzled. The tunnel wasn't very high. She had to bend down slightly to lower her head. Otherwise, she would hit the ceiling. After walking for a while, Lin Qiao reached the end of the tunnel. Lin Qiao looked at the half-dug mound in front of her and walked forward to take a look. The wall in front of her wasn't dug through, and the excavated sand on the ground wasn't cleaned up. It was a mess on the ground. The surrounding walls were scratched by the claws of the beasts, and the walls were messy. This was obviously a tunnel that the underworld creatures had stopped digging. Was that why they retreated and dug another fork? At this time, 3 creatures sneaked in from the entrance. The mushroom spirit led the way in front, while Wang sniffed left and right. He could smell Lin Qiao's aura in the air of the cave. Then, he followed the aura left by Lin Qiao and walked forward. Wang was much quieter after coming down, but he still jumped to the left and then to the right. At least he was much quieter. Dahe followed behind, vigilantly sensing the fluctuation of aura in front of the cave. Soon, they followed Lin Qiao's aura to the first big round hole. Then, the mushroom spirit went to the left, and Wang went to the right. They went through all the other holes separately. Then, Wang stopped in front of the hole that Lin Qiao had entered. He turned his head and stuck out his tongue to look at the other two. The mushroom spirit was poking the surrounding walls with its tentacles in the umbrella. No one knew what it was doing. Seeing that it wasn't coming over, Wang immediately jumped to its side and used its head to push it toward the hole that it had stopped in. Dahe swam over and stretched its head to look into the hole. He was the first to climb in. Then, Wang, who was behind him, pushed the mushroom spirit over. Lin Qiao looked around carefully at the end of the tunnel that the underground creatures had stopped digging, trying to figure out why the underground creatures had stopped halfway. There were some stones on the wall, but they had been cut into pieces. It seemed that the stones weren't blocking their way. Then what was it? After looking around for a long time, Lin Qiao didn't find any clues. So, he turned around and left. He looked at another hole and continued to walk forward. As he walked, the ground began to tilt downward again. This time, it was a little steep. It wasn't a 30 to 40 degree angle, but at least a 50 to 60 degree angle. Lin Qiao held the wall and walked down. As he walked, a big hole appeared in front of him. At the hole on the ground, Elmar watched the three creatures disappear into the hole. After a while, she murmured, "Will the three creatures make trouble down there? Or will they slow us down?" The answer was, Elmar was speechless. "I hope they won't make trouble for Lin Qiao." She looked up and found that it was getting dark. In Haiqing, Wu Qingyue was reading documents in his office. Wu Yueling and Tingting were playing on the sofa in his office. Both of them were reading small books. Although there were two children, the office was very quiet. They could only hear the sound of Wu Qingyue's pen on the paper or the sound of turning the pages. After a while, Xiao Liqing appeared at his door. He knocked on the door twice and walked in. Chapter 1066. Leader Lu went into the underground creature's cave alone. Xiao Liqing told Wu Qingyue the news he had just received. Wu Qingyue raised his head, looked at him, and nodded. Yes. Then, he looked down at the documents again. Xiao Liqing looked at him blankly. That's it. Wu Qingyue looked up at him again. What else? Xiao Liqing looked at him in silence for a few seconds and said, "You're too cold. Aren't you worried about her?" Wu Qingyue said to him, "I don't think she'll die underground with her ability. Besides, she has a space and can go invisible." Xiao Liqing stared blankly for a moment before saying, "Oh. Then what if there's an accident underground? After all, that's the nest of those things. Alright, since she's already gone down, she must have made preparations." Wu Qingyue said and looked down at the documents in his hands. After Xiao Liqing left, Wu Qingyue looked at the documents in his hands for a few minutes. Then, he threw them on the table and looked at the two people on the sofa. "Do you think I should go down and take a look?" Tingting looked up at him calmly and said, "Didn't you say she won't die underground with her ability? What are you worried about now?" Wu Yueling looked at her father with a blank look in her eyes. Tingting then said, "Besides, you have a lot of things to do now. Do you have time to look for her?" Wu Qingyue looked at the piles of documents on both sides with a worried expression. After thinking about it, he stood up. I'll try my best to settle things here. I'll go to a meeting first. Don't run around. Then, he walked out with a few documents. Wu Yueling and Ting Ting, who were left behind, watched him walk out of the office speechlessly. This person said he was at ease, but in fact, he was very worried. Lin Qiao continued to walk forward. After walking for at least half an hour, he smelled a damp water vapor, and a huge round hole appeared in front of him. This round hole was only half of the ground. The other half was like a cliff, and the ground was empty. There was also the sound of flowing water coming from below. Lin Qiao walked over and looked down. There was a reflection of water. It looked like an underground river, and her position seemed to be very high above the surface of the river. There was actually an underground river. It seemed like her current position was very far away from the surface. Lin Qiao looked left and right, then looked up at the top. The rocks at the top were eroded into an irregular shape, forming a hollow. It was very quiet underwater. There was only the sound of flowing water. There was no movement in the surroundings. There was no abnormal energy or anything strange in the water. Lin Qiao looked to the side and found a hole on the other side. She walked over, but before she reached the entrance of the cave, she heard footsteps coming from inside. She immediately stopped and leaned against the wall to find a place to hide and waited quietly. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and it seemed like there were a lot of them. Roar, roar. At the same time, there were a few low roars and breathing sounds of the underground creatures. Then, their scents were getting closer and closer. After a while, Lin Qiao saw some 2 to 3 meters tall gorillas walk out of the cave. These underground gorillas walked to the edge of the cliff, crouched down, kicked off with their hind legs, and jumped into the underground river. Plop, 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 plop. The sound of heavy objects smashing into the water rang continuously in the karst cave. Countless underground creatures walked out of the tunnel and jumped into the river. Soon, the originally quiet underground river was bustling. Lin Qiao stood by the rock wall and listened to the sounds in the river. She could imagine these creatures swimming happily in the river. Plop, the sound of falling into the water continued. Lin Qiao waited for a while and felt that there were at least a few hundred underground creatures in the water. The sound of the crashing river and the surging of the waves kept ringing in her ears. At this moment, there was suddenly a sound from afar. Woof, Lin Qiao. Why does this sound like a dog's bark? And it sounds a little familiar. Roar. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. After a moment of silence in the water, the roars sounded one after another. However, the roars were neither loud nor soft, and they seemed to be stunned for a moment. At this moment, there was another dog's bark. Woof, roar, roar. Then, the sounds of the underground creatures came from afar. These sounds were actually very far away because the dog's bark wasn't loud and fluctuated. It felt like it was very far away. Roar. At this moment, the underground creatures in the river immediately let out warning growls. Some of the underground creatures that hadn't entered the river stopped and walked towards the cave where the dog's bark came from. Lin Qiao walked towards the edge of the cliff and looked down. He didn't know how these creatures were going to climb up. On the other side, in a circular hole about 300 to 400 meters away from here, it was already a mess. Dozens of 2-meter-tall gorillas were chasing a snake and a dog. A huge mushroom hung upside down on the top of the cave with a few swaying tentacles. It seemed to be happily watching the mess on the ground. Wang was running in circles in the 10-meter-wide cave or jumping up and down as it was chased. However, it wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it ran excitedly. Big Black curled up at the side and swung its tail left and right, slapping the pouncing underworld creatures to the side. There were too many underworld creatures in the cave, so it was a little strenuous to use its tail. Dahe decisively drilled into one of the holes and then slipped away with a group of pursuers. The remaining underworld creatures surrounded Ah Wong and pounced on him, but Ah Wong was very agile. While he was focused on dodging, his figure flickered and only an afterimage was left. The huge mushroom hanging on the top of the cave didn't care about it at all. Lin Qiao looked at the underworld creatures in the river and leaned towards the cave entrance to sniff it. The earthy smell of the underworld creatures completely covered the other smells. She couldn't smell anything else. However, the two barks that sounded like dogs made Lin Qiao puzzled. Could it be that the food of the underworld creatures escaped? She didn't forget that the underworld creatures had dragged a few mutated dog bones into the garbage pit. The underworld creatures in the water climbed up quickly and rushed towards the cave entrance from which the dog barks came. They seemed to be in a hurry. When the underworld creatures came out of the water, Lin Qiao followed behind them. Chapter 1067. Roar, 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 woof, woof, woof. In the underground tunnel, several underground creatures split into two groups and chased after a zombie dog and a giant snake. Ah Wong was very fast. His agility was much stronger than the lowest-level underground creatures. Even though there were many of them, they didn't pose too much of a problem to him. The snake was also slithering very quickly, but its body was too long, so its tail was always bitten. More and more underground gorillas appeared, and a few 3-meter-tall level 4 underground gorillas appeared in the round cave. They sniffed left and right before looking up at the giant mushroom that was hanging upside down on the cave ceiling. Giant mushroom. A few level 4 underground creatures surrounded the giant mushroom and looked up at it. Then, they lowered their heads and growled softly, as though they were discussing something. After a while, the leveled 4 underground creatures started to dig out some rocks that weighed over 10 to 20 kilograms from the edge of the cave and threw them at the huge mushroom on the ceiling. Giant mushroom. Are they going to smash it down? How could it be so easy when the first stone flew up? It tilted its neck and dodged it. The stone flew in a parabola to the other side and smashed against the wall of the cave. Seeing that the first stone didn't hit the giant mushroom, the level 4 underground gorillas immediately threw the second, third, and fourth stones. Hence, the scene turned into a scene where a few 3-meter-tall gorillas were smashing rocks at the top of the 10-meter-tall mushroom. However, the mushroom was always twisting left and right, leaning forward and backward, nimbly dodging the stones that were flying towards it. Not a single one of them had hit it. Moreover, it was twisting and turning excitedly, as though it was having fun. Roar. After hitting for a long time, the underground gorillas below became irritated when they didn't manage to knock the giant mushroom down. Suddenly, they gathered together and growled a few times. Then, they changed their fighting style. Soon, one of them lay on the ground, and the other climbed onto its shoulder. Then, the first one used its 2 forelimbs to prop itself up, and the others continued to climb onto its back. Obviously, they wanted to go up one by one to pluck the big eyesore mushroom. If the 5 3-meter-tall gorillas were to stand up from their shoulders, they would almost be able to reach the top. But could these things stand firm? They stood very steadily. Steadily, they climbed up one by one, getting closer and closer to the big mushroom. The big mushroom quietly looked at them for a while, then pulled out a few roots from the top of the soil wall, and calmly moved a few steps to the side. It turned its head and saw that the underground creatures were looking at it in bewilderment. After Lin Qiao walked out, he saw that there would be another tunnel opening in front of him. Then, these underground gorillas would run out from inside. They hurriedly ran forward, and Lin Qiao followed them like a transparent shadow. Soon, they arrived at a spacious cave. A bunch of underworld creatures crowded the place. Roar, roar. In the middle, there were a few 3-meter-tall gorillas and a 5-meter-tall giant gorilla. This 5-meter-tall gorilla was the highest level that Lin Xiao had encountered since entering the cave. It was as big as an adult water buffalo and was a level 7 underworld creature. It stood there quietly, and a few level 4 gorillas around it roared at a group of low-level underworld creatures from different directions, as though they were commanding something or issuing an order. Lin Xiao stared at the level 7 underworld creature. Its energy wasn't as dense as the previous ones and seemed to be weaker. However, the energy in its body made Lin Xiao salivate. After all, this one was equivalent to the combined energy of 100 to 200 level 4 gorillas. As for the weakest ones, perhaps 1,000 of them wouldn't even have the energy of one level 7. She stared silently at the level 7 gorilla. Then, the level 4 creatures roared at the surrounding underworld creatures, and the underworld creatures dispersed and entered the surrounding tunnels. After a while, it became empty, leaving only the level 7 and level 4 gorillas in place. Lin Xiao immediately waved her hand, and a few black flames shot towards the underworld creatures. After using her special ability, her body appeared in a flash, and she immediately removed the invisibility effect. A few black flames with swaying tail flames drilled into the noses and ears of the underworld creatures. Not a single one was spared. Roar! Sensing Lin Xiao's aura, the underworld creatures immediately became vigilant and roared at her. This was the usual way of beasts to intimidate their enemies. But soon, the nether fire drilled into their bodies and began to absorb their energy. The underworld creatures panicked when their energy was absorbed. It wasn't only their energy that was being absorbed, but their vitality was also being absorbed. Roar! The level 7 gorilla slammed its 2 forelimbs on the ground and roared in pain before scratching its chest with its claws. The other underworld creatures had the same reaction. Lin Xiao stood at the side and increased the control of her special ability to absorb the energy and vitality of the underworld creatures. Soon, the level 4 creatures fell to the ground stiffly, and their bodies shriveled before disappearing. Lin Xiao controlled the flames to enter the level 7 underground creature's body and fuse the black flames together. Roar! The level 7 creature began to roll on the ground. Their external defense was strong, but they couldn't stop Lin Xiao from devouring them internally. In less than a minute, the level 7 underground creature stopped moving. Then its body shriveled and was completely burned by Lin Xiao's nether fire. Retrieving the black fire into her palm, Lin Xiao felt a familiar energy circulating around her body before entering her zombie core. It wasn't enough. She was still far from breaking through to level 8. This energy, she didn't know what state the level 8 creature was in. She didn't know to what extent it was tortured by Wu Qinghua previously. As long as she could reduce its strength by half, she might be able to absorb its energy. Lin Xiao didn't come down to look for it, but since she was here, it might be possible to investigate the situation of the underworld creature. What if the underworld creature was severely injured? Then her chances were very high. Moreover, she had been wandering in this underground cave for so long, and all she met were small soldiers. She didn't even meet a few big ones. Lin Xiao immediately turned invisible and looked left and right. She walked towards the widest and largest cave. Chapter 1068. The tall tunnel was more than 7 meters high and 2 to 3 meters wide. The space was spacious, and the odor of the level 8 underground creature leader was very strong. The other underground creatures had very little odor. There was almost no smell. It seemed like the other underground creatures didn't dare to use this tunnel, or it was a rule that they couldn't use it. Lin Xiao walked in silence. The walls of the cave were rough and ragged from digging. The level 8 underground creature was at least 10 meters tall, but the tunnel was only about 7 meters wide. It was obvious that it would crouch down when moving around. The tunnel was very long, and Lin Qiao walked for a long time. Occasionally, he would go down a slope and pass through a big circular space. The deeper he went, the quieter the tunnel became. After walking for about an hour, he heard a bark in front of him. A woof, then he heard footsteps in front of him, followed by the roars of the underground creatures. Roar, 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 woof, woof, woof. At this time, Lin Qiao finally recognized the dog's owner. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Lin Qiao was speechless. Why did it run down here? Although Wang was already level 6, as a zombie beast, it was stronger than a mutated beast. As long as the level 6 or level 7 underground creatures didn't appear, the level 2 or level 4 underground creatures couldn't hurt it. However, Lin Qiao reckoned that Wang couldn't hurt them either. After walking around for a long time, Lin Qiao only saw a few level 4 underground creatures and the level 7 zombie beast. He didn't even see any level 5 or level 6 zombies. He didn't know where they went. When Lin Qiao saw Wang appear in front of him, he immediately ran toward it. Soon, he saw the black zombie dog jumping left and right as if it was playing with the underground creatures behind it. It ran agilely in the wide tunnel. Sometimes, it leaped onto the wall, and sometimes, it leaped from one wall to the other. The underground creatures leaped and pounced at it from time to time, but it dodged them nimbly. It seemed like the wide tunnel gave it enough space to make a fuss. The underworld creatures behind him were not as bold. Lin Qiao saw that they did not dare to use their limbs to attack Wang. It was probably because the cave contained the aura of their leader that they were afraid of. However, Wang didn't care about this. He acted as if he didn't care about anything and jumped around happily. Lin Qiao stopped at the side and waved his hand. A black flame the size of a basketball flew out. It quickly dispersed into small fire snakes that were thinner than a pinky finger. The snakes went around Wang and shot toward the underground creatures behind him at a rapid speed. Woof! Wang barked excitedly when Lin Qiao's aura suddenly appeared. Then he left the underworld creatures behind and ran towards Lin Qiao with his tongue wagging. There weren't many underground creatures behind it. There were only a few dozens of them. Lin Qiao had injected his ability Nether Fire into them, and they were all paralyzed. All of them fell to the ground and began to roll and struggle. Lin Qiao raised her hand and clenched her fingers. She controlled her ability to rapidly absorb their energy and vitality. In a few seconds, the group of underworld creatures shriveled and were burned to ashes like paper. Woof, woof, woof. Wang rushed to Lin Qiao's side and circled her a few times. He wagged his tail as if he was having a stroke. He even used his body to rub against Lin Qiao. All right. Stay away from me. You are covered in dirt. Lin Qiao pushed him away in disgust and asked, "Where are Big Black and Mushroom?" Since Wang had come down, it was impossible that the other two hadn't come down as well. No wonder these things were so nervous and in a mess. It turns out that you guys came down to cause trouble. She stared at Wang and pinched his ear as she spoke. Howl. Wang's fur had grown a lot longer, and it was smooth to the touch. It was also very big. It was taller than Lin Qiao's waist. Its limbs were thick, and its claws were sharp. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. You got separated from them. How could you leave them behind to play by yourself? If Big Black is eaten, I will kill you. Hearing Wang's reply, Lin Qiao immediately raised her hand and slapped its head hard. Woof! Wang obviously believed in Big Black's strength. It didn't mind being slapped by Lin Qiao. It continued to look up at it and barked. Lin Qiao immediately walked forward and said, "Follow me." Woof! She had to find Big Black and Mushroom first. If she was not careful, both of them would be killed. Needless to say, in the eyes of these underworld creatures, Big Black was a delicious food. Although Mushroom wasn't an animal, its aura would definitely make these underworld creatures dislike it. Even if they didn't eat it, they would think of a way to throw it into the garbage dump. As they walked, they sensed the aura of many underworld creatures in front of them. Then, a cave entrance appeared. A large group of underworld creatures blocked the entrance, pushing and shoving each other. They seemed to want to enter but didn't dare to. Suddenly, when they sensed Lin Qiao and Na Wang's aura, they paused for a moment. Then, they immediately let out a warning roar. Roar, 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 Lin Qiao waved her hand, and a large amount of black fog was sprayed out. The black fog seemed to be alive as it surged toward the cave entrance rapidly. Roar, roar, sensing that the aura in the black fog was threatening them, the underworld creatures at the cave entrance began to retreat. However, some of them didn't have time to run and were engulfed by the black fog. Roar, 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 immediately, the screams of the underworld creatures were heard from the black fog. Lin Qiao controlled the black fog and rolled it into the round hole, filling the entire big hole with black fog. The underworld creatures who didn't have time to run away were infected by the black fog. Then, their energy and vitality were devoured. In the end, all of them were melted, and not a single drop of blood was left. With Lin Qiao's action, the area around the round hole was immediately cleared. The underworld creatures all ran toward the other holes, but they didn't dare to run away completely. They could only stare at Lin Qiao from afar. Lin Qiao walked to the middle of the round hole. The smell in the hole was too strong for her to smell Big Black. She could only spend more time to search carefully. She walked around and sniffed for more than 10 minutes, but she still couldn't smell anything. When he turned around, he saw that Ah Wang was sitting by his legs, not doing anything. "Aya, you still have the nerve to sit there doing nothing. Hurry up and search together." Lin Qiao immediately stretched out her leg and kicked it. Woof! After being kicked, Wang stood up and stirred his fur. Then, it stuck out its nose and began to sniff one hole after another. Chapter 1069. Woof, woof, woof. Ah Wang sniffed the surrounding cave entrances. Then he stood at the side and turned to bark at Lin Qiao, shaking his head. Big Black hadn't passed by, so there was no scent of him on the ground. Lin Qiao sniffed the air in the cave. The cave was ventilated. There was no scent of Big Black in the air. While the man and the dog were worrying about which direction to search, the ground under their feet suddenly shook, and the surroundings swayed twice. A few rocks fell from the top of the cave. "This way." Lin Qiao immediately beckoned Ah Wang to dash in the direction of the shaking. Woof! Wang followed at the same time. On the other side of the shaking, a cave had collapsed. Big Black quickly slipped away from the other side, and a pile of low-level underground creatures was crushed in the collapsed area. However, they weren't dead. They were dizzy from being smashed and climbed up from the pile of rocks. Then, they used their two powerful front claws to dig out the rocks and soil that blocked the cave entrance. Roar, roar, by the time they dug it out, Dahe had already slipped away. They could only follow its scent and chase it. Although Big Black was as thick as a bucket and dozens of meters long, it was actually very big. Fortunately, the underground caves weren't narrow, and its skin was thick enough. Being bitten by the underground creatures wouldn't cause any harm to it, but it would still be an obstacle. However, it would still bring obstacles to Dahe, so Dahe directly used its extremely hard tail to slap down the top of the earth wall. It suppressed the underground creatures that chased after it. So Dahe continued to slip forward and soon slipped out of a round hole. There were many underground creatures moving in this cave. When they saw Big Black Snake head suddenly poking out, they immediately rushed over to surround it. But they were soon knocked away by Dahe. Just as Big Black collapsed the tunnel, a huge object that had been crouching in a huge hole in the depths of the underground suddenly moved and then became still again. On the other side, Big Mushroom was running around the ceiling, oh no, the ceiling of the round cave. He was dodging the rocks thrown by the level 4 underground creatures below. Because they had been piled up like a human pyramid by Big Mushroom, they had collapsed. Although they could stand up steadily, they couldn't. But when he moved, he couldn't keep his balance. So, when Lin Xiao chased after the sound of the vibration, he didn't know how he got out of the cave, but then he saw this scene. Lin Xiao. Looks like the guy above me is having fun too. Woof. Roar, roar. The appearance of Lin Xiao and Ah Wang immediately made the few level 4 underworld creatures stop moving rocks and smash them. They turned their heads in unison. Lin Xiao moved his hand and several black flames immediately flashed out. Then, he flew towards the level 4 creatures. Roar! The underground creatures were frightened by the aura of Lin Xiao's flames. They immediately turned around and wanted to retreat. However, Lin Xiao's black fire was several times faster than them. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered their noses. Roar! Lin Xiao looked up at the big mushroom at the top of the cave and said, "Come down." She didn't even look at the creatures that were rolling on the ground after being tortured by her dark flames. She turned around and walked towards another hole. Big Mushroom immediately came down from the ceiling and quickly moved to Lin Xiao's side. It extended its tentacles and hooked onto her hand. Lin Xiao looked back at it and didn't say anything. She just grabbed it and brought it into the space. Then, she made space again. It wasn't that she wanted to bring it in, but it had requested it. Maybe it had been left outside by Lin Xiao for too long, so it missed the environment in Lin Xiao's space. After entering the space, Big Mushroom immediately ran towards the big pool by the lake. Then, it sat on the edge and extended its roots into the water. The mushroom umbrella also opened, and the tentacles under the umbrella stretched out and twisted in the air. Lin Xiao sensed its movements in the space and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Then, she continued to chase in the direction of Big Black's aura with Ah Wang. At the entrance of the cave, Elmar lay on a tree and looked at the sun that had just risen in the morning. It had been a night since Lin Xiao and the 3 pets went down, but they didn't hear any big movements in the cave. She didn't know how they were doing down there. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and she turned to look in the direction of the base. After a while, 2 figures appeared at the edge of the cave. Elmar immediately jumped down from the tree and landed beside them. "Ha! What are you doing here?" Looking at Wu Qingyue and Li Yushan, Elmar looked at them in confusion. Then, she looked at Wu Qingyue and asked, "Don't tell me you want to go down." There were so many tunnels in the underground cave, they didn't know where Lin Xiao went down to. They didn't know if they could find them in there. "Is there no movement from down there?" Wu Qingyue touched his chin and tilted his neck to look at the bottom of the cave. He asked. "No." Elmar shook her head. Wu Qingyue silently stared at the bottom and didn't say anything. "Even if you go down now, it will still be very difficult to find them. There are many tunnels under the cave, we don't know where they lead to. You don't have a dog's nose, it should be very difficult to find them." Elmar saw that he really wanted to go down, so she said hesitantly. "Don't worry, I'm not going down." Wu Qingyue said with a smile. He couldn't go down yet, and as long as the female zombie wasn't stupid, with the space, there shouldn't be any problems. No matter what, she would be able to come out safely. Sea City and Universal Base were being watched by Huaxia and Skyfire Base. If he left, it wouldn't be good for their situation. Oh. Elmar saw that he couldn't continue, so she nodded. At the same time, in Universal Base, Ling Xiantong was in the lab studying a rock, but the subject of his experiment hadn't returned yet. That was a pain in the ass. Minister, come and take a look. There's a change in the experimental body that was placed with rock number 2 last night. Bao Xiaoying bent down to look at another transparent box. Ling Xiantong looked up, then turned and walked towards her. On the left side of the box was a rock the size of an egg, and on the right was an animal's paw. This paw was the experiment Bao Xiaoying mentioned. Ling Xiantong leaned over, and Bao Xiaoying immediately made way for him to observe. He bent over to look inside the transparent box, and found that the rock hadn't changed. It was just the paw that was a little strange. Originally, as long as they weren't placed under sunlight, these creatures wouldn't rot so quickly. Because their flesh and blood contained a high amount of viral energy, they would enter a frozen state like zombies after death. As long as they weren't placed under sunlight, these underground creatures' body parts would need to be stored at room temperature for a long time before they would completely rot. Chapter 1070. The claw was left over from Lin Hao's experiment. Bao Xiaoying gave it to Ling Xiantong when he came back yesterday morning. He put the stone and the claw together and didn't get any reaction, so he put it in a sealed box. Ling Xiantong looked at the claw carefully and realized that a small layer of the skin on the claw had been corroded. That was a huge breakthrough. Joy flashed in his eyes, then he put on his gloves and goggles. He carefully opened the box and reached in with a pair of tweezers. He gently poked the flesh on the claw. As he poked, the tip of the tweezers pierced into the flesh. It felt like poking into a piece of rotten flesh. It was very soft. Ling Xiantong poked a few more times with the tweezers and poked a few more holes on the flesh of the claw. This stone is useful for these things. He took out the claw excitedly. Then he used his supernatural ability to sense it. Sure enough, the energy contained in the claw had all disappeared. He looked at the stone again and reached in to take it out. He realized that the temperature of the stone seemed to be a little different. After thinking for a while, he took off the glove and held the stone directly with his hand. He realized that the surface of the stone had a warm feeling. Feel it, isn't it a little warm? He handed the stone to Bao Xiaoying with uncertainty. Bao Xiaoying took it and squeezed it in her hand. She nodded and said, "It's a little warm." Ling Xiantong looked at the stone and the beast claw and said, "It seems that the stone will absorb the energy from the underground creature's body. But it's dead. I don't know if it's useful against a living underground creature." Bao Xiaoying looked at him in confusion. Neither she nor he knew the answer. They could only wait for the leader to bring back a living underground creature to test it out. Meanwhile, in the underground cave, Lin Qiao kept the big mushroom. He quickly left the place with Ah Wang and chased after the tracks left by Dahe. However, at this moment, there was a chasm in the ground. Below it was a pitch-black emptiness. Above them were hard rock walls that had been corroded by various underground gases. This was a very special kind of rock formed by the weathering of soil. There were also many rock cones hanging down from the rock walls. The edge of this spatial fault had become smaller. It was divided into 2 layers, like a wide open mouth. The angle at the top was uneven and slanted upwards. The angle of the ground below was also uneven and inclined downwards. There were some naturally formed cracks and huge caves, and some of these caves were connected to the underground creatures' tunnels. At this time, there were many gigantic gorillas that were 5 to 7 meters tall climbing up the rock wall below the pitch-black fault. Their claws were very hard, directly piercing into the rock-hard rock wall, and then grabbing hold of the point of strength. The claws of its hind limbs could also grab onto the rock walls. One by one, they crawled into the cracks of the fault and walked into the holes. After walking in, after a while, they appeared in front of a remote round hole. As soon as they appeared, a few low-level underground creatures that were guarding the round hole immediately crouched down, lowered their heads, and let out strange roars. Roar, 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 roar. Upon hearing the roars of the low-level underground creatures, the tall underground creatures immediately clenched their two forelimbs into fists and smashed the ground. Then, they roared furiously and charged into the holes on the other side. There were already 30 to 40 of them in this new batch. The largest of them were 5 7-meter-tall level, 7 underground creatures. Roar, roar, roar. Although these underground creatures were huge, they moved with light footsteps. Besides the roars coming from their mouths, there were no other sounds. Lin Qiao quickly came out of this tunnel and went through another tunnel. After running for more than an hour, he finally captured Dahei's aura. However, Dahei ran quite fast. Fortunately, Dahei was smart. After running for a while, he might have smelled Lin Qiao and Na Wang's aura, so he turned back. Then, he bumped into the low-level underground creatures that were chasing after him. Roar, 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 roar. The underground creatures, which were about 2 meters long, were smashed into pieces. Then, Big Black slid back while slapping the wall of the cave with its tail. Not long after it slapped the wall, there was a loud crash from behind. Then, Dahei slid in front of Lin Qiao. Aren't you afraid that the entire underground will collapse? Do you want to bury us alive here? Lin Qiao looked at its cold eyes. This one's mood was still calm, but the commotion it made wasn't as calm as it was before. Upon hearing Lin Qiao's words, Dahei blinked and tilted its head slightly. Okay, you guys have had enough fun. It's time to go back. Don't get lost. I have to look for you everywhere. Lin Qiao grabbed the fur behind Ah Wang's neck with her left hand and pressed her right hand on Dahei's body. Then, she put the other two into the space and threw them into the forest. Don't kill the living creatures inside. I want the living ones that are useful. After entering the forest, Lin Qiao immediately gave an order to the two beasts so that they wouldn't kill the dozens of underground creatures that she had caught earlier. Then, her efforts would be in vain. At this moment, the middle-level underground creatures that had climbed up from the broken rock stratum outside the space scattered and ran toward the center of the underground cave. Soon, they smelled a strange odor that didn't belong to this place. Moreover, the aura of their low-level underground creatures was chaotic. Roar! At this moment, a level 7 underground gorilla walked out of a dome-shaped cave and let out a long roar to the surrounding caves. After a few minutes, roars could be heard coming from the caves in the distance. Roar! As soon as Lin Qiao came out of the space, she heard the roars. She listened carefully and found that the roars had a strange frequency. Was it transmitting some kind of message? Lin Qiao sensed and suddenly found that there was an aura of a level 6 or level 5 underground creature coming from a direction not far from her. She immediately turned invisible and approached the underground creature quietly like a hunter. Since she had come down, she had to earn some money before going back. Anyway, she couldn't find the nest of the big creature, so she decided to kill the small ones first. Perhaps she would be lucky enough to fall into the big creature's cave. Chapter 1071. Lin Qiao walked towards the hole with the level 6 underground creature's aura. Soon, she encountered the level 6 underground creature. It was followed by a large group of low-level underground creatures. The level 6 underground creature was more than 5 meters tall, but it crouched down and used its 2 forelimbs to support itself as it walked forward. As he walked, he moved his nose forward, sniffing the scents in the cave. Lin Chao distanced herself from it and shot a black flame at the level 6 underground gorilla. Then, she used her other hand to release a layer of black mist towards the group of underground creatures. Roar! Lin Chao's sudden appearance stunned all the underworld creatures. Then, they all became vigilant. Very quickly, they sensed Lin Chao's special ability flame. Apart from the level 6 one, the other low-level ones panicked. All of them wanted to retreat or run away to hide. Roar! The level 6 underground creature turned around and roared at them as though ordering them not to run. Just as it turned its head and opened its mouth, Lin Chao's black flame entered its mouth. The dark mist covered the entire tunnel and pushed towards the underworld creatures. In less than 2 seconds, the underworld creatures were drowned in the dark mist. Roar! Lin Chao stood quietly at the side for a few seconds and heard screams coming from the black mist. When there was no more movement, she waved her hand to recall the black mist. Then, she snapped her fingers, and the level 6 underground creature's corpse emitted a black flame that leaped into Lin Chao's hand. Lin Chao walked through the pile of dead underground creatures' corpses. She had absorbed the energy, so she didn't care about the corpses. After she left, the underground creatures' corpses didn't stop changing. After Lin Chao's ability devoured all the energy, the corpses that were devoured by Lin Chao's ability slowly melted. After an hour, the corpses melted into a pool of liquid. Lin Chao hunted these underground creatures while observing their nests. After wandering for a few hours and killing many level 5, 6, and even level 7 underground creatures, she entered a tunnel that wasn't dug through. Why didn't she dig through here? Was there a reason? Lin Chao looked around the cave that had been abandoned halfway through. He reached out to touch the soil on the wall and sniffed it. There was a moist smell coming from the soil, but that didn't seem to be the reason why they stopped digging. Lin Chao took a few steps back, looked up and down carefully, and then looked down. After looking back and forth a few times, she finally saw something strange. It was something like the root of a plant. However, to be able to extend its roots so deep underground, what kind of plant would be able to do that? Lin Chao felt that he was at least 200 to 300 meters above the ground. What kind of plant's roots could grow a few hundred meters underground? She curiously moved closer and used her hand to pick at the soil on the roots. These roots looked very thin, as thick as the tip of a chopstick. It appeared on the wall in a net-like manner. He looked left and right, and sure enough, this kind of rhizome was faintly discernible on the walls around the cave. Lin Chao dug for a while and found that there were some thumb-sized knots growing on the roots. It was like a fruit, but not like a fruit. It was a kind of rhizome plant. Lin Chao plucked some of the rhizome, and there were a few knots hanging on it. She brought it to her nose and smelled it. There was no smell. She used her fingernails to pry open the inside. The skin of this thing was very brittle and thin. It was easy to pry it open, and the inside was exposed. As a result, a pungent smell wafted out as soon as it was pinched open. Achoo achoo! Lin Chao sneezed twice, then immediately pinched her nose and moved the fruit in her hand away. It seemed that the underground creatures had some reaction to this kind of thing. Lin Chao thought for a while and immediately put the rhizome and fruit in her hand into the space. Then, she dug out all the rhizome plants in the cave and put them into the space. Then, she turned around and continued to walk out. After walking for so long, Lin Chao was a little confused. Speaking of which, where was this? After walking for a while, she finally walked out of the tunnel. In front of her was a big cave with a round top. There were several caves around it, but there was no tall and big tunnel. This meant that their leader wouldn't come here. Lin Chao turned around and walked to the other side. She thought it would be better to find 2 underground creatures to test the effects of the rhizome plants. Soon, Lin Qiao followed the smell and found another cave. When he got close to those things, Lin Qiao's eyes lit up. She suddenly peeled the fruit in her hand and threw it at the underground creatures. Roar! The pungent smell immediately filled the surrounding space. Lin Qiao quickly retreated tens of meters away before standing still. As expected, the underground creatures reacted violently when they smelled the odor. They immediately rushed around in panic and fell into chaos. Lin Qiao was no longer safe by leaning against the wall. She could only move her legs and push against the walls on both sides to the top of the cave. Looking at the things below rushing forward crazily, Zhang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Roar! When they finished running, Lin Qiao jumped down and clapped her hands before walking forward. After walking for tens of meters, she saw the underground creatures lying on the ground. There was blood flowing out of their mouths, noses, and ears. The underground creatures had lost their vitality. Dead. They died just like that. Isn't this too fast? Lin Qiao sized up the corpses in surprise and was puzzled. She became happy in the next second. It seemed like the rhizome plants were a powerful weapon against the underground creatures. 3 hours later, Lin Qiao finally arrived at a cave with a special tunnel for the leader of the underground creatures. She stood in the round hole and sniffed left and right before choosing the one with the heaviest level 8 underground creature smell. The deeper she went, the heavier the smell of the level 8 creature became. Lin Qiao could feel its aura coming from the depths of the cave. As she walked, Lin Qiao's vision widened and she stopped. The ground beneath her feet had become a strange rock, and the ground in front of her was sloping downwards. She looked up and saw the same rocks above her. There was a strong air flow in front of her, which was the wind. A strong gust of wind blew from the side. Lin Qiao walked down carefully, and the further she went, the steeper it became. She looked at both sides and found that there was a space like a fault. She felt an ominous feeling from one side, and the level 8 creature's aura wasn't below. Lin Qiao didn't continue. Instead, he turned around and walked back to the cave entrance from before. Chapter 1072. Walking back, Lin Qiao found that the back looked more like a huge crevice. In the middle of this crevice, other than the hole that she just walked out of, there were several other naturally formed holes that were at least 7 or 8 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide. The aura of the level 8 underground creature leader came from another hole. She followed its aura and slowly walked in from the wall of the hole. After walking for about 100 meters, a hollow cave suddenly appeared on her left, and the inside of it was sunken. This hole was filled with the aura of the underground creature leader, and there was even the sound of breathing coming from it. Found it. Lin Qiao looked into the hole, and a few meters from the entrance of the hole, there was a sunken hole. There was a big pit below, and the bottom of the pit was a big black lump. Hoo-hoo, waves of undulating breathing came from this big lump. Needless to say, this was the underground creature. It was sleeping, and its aura and energy were at least 70% weaker than when they fought that night. Its aura was chaotic, and the vitality in its body was very weak. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes and saw the red energy on this thing. If it was like a big light bulb of 1 kilowatt before, then it was only 100 watts now. And the last bit of energy in this thing's body was repairing the damage inside and outside of its body. It was not a good thing to wake it up rashly. Lin Qiao stepped back a little, and then waved out a cloud of black mist. The black mist entered its body bit by bit along with its breathing. In order to prevent it from waking up, Lin Qiao released very little black mist. It was not a threat to this thing, so it did not have any reaction. After secretly injecting a part of the black mist in, Lin Qiao turned around and retreated. Then, she took out the rhizome fruits that she had just picked from the abandoned hole, threw them in, and waved her claws. Pu. More than a dozen rhizome fruits were cut by Lin Qiao's claws, and a deep pungent smell filled the hole. Lin Qiao retreated far away with a swoosh. Then, she heard an earth-shaking roar coming from behind her. Roar! A loud roar immediately exploded with a vibrating sound wave. Lin Qiao could even feel the rock wall beneath his feet and his hands shaking. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The black mist that she injected into the body of the underground creature immediately exploded and turned into a black flame. Following that, the rest of the black fog gathered towards the flame and began to grow. Roar! The cave was filled with rolling sounds and roars. The huge level 8 underground creature rolled a few times in its cave before propping itself up and shaking its head. The disgusting smell in its nose made the level 8 underground creature very angry. There was also a familiar energy in its body that was absorbing the little energy it had left. Roar! The rank 8 creature roared and charged out of the hole. Its roar spread to the surrounding caves, and after a while, the roars of other underground creatures could be heard. Lin Qiao brandished a few arm-thick black fire snakes and shot them at the level 8 underground creature that had rushed out. Roar! The level 8 underground creature that wanted to run to the vault suddenly smelled Lin Qiao's aura. It immediately understood that she was attacking it, so it turned around and charged in Lin Qiao's direction. Lin Qiao quickly retreated while controlling the black fire that pounced on the underground creature's body into its mouth. At the same time, she controlled the black fire in its body to absorb its energy. Seeing that the big creature was madly charging at her, Lin Qiao immediately turned around and retreated into a smaller cave. But she couldn't be too far away. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control the ability left in the creature's body. Roar! Bang! The level 8 underground creature charged into the cave that Lin Qiao retreated to. It opened its mouth wide and revealed a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Saliva flowed out of its mouth and was flung away. Lin Qiao controlled the black fire in its body to absorb its energy while leading it to run into the cave. The cave was getting smaller and smaller, which was advantageous to Lin Qiao. Bang! 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 The level 8 underground creature was 10 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide. It was very inconvenient for it to run in the cave. Moreover, it ran very violently. It didn't even care about its body bumping left and right on the cave walls. In any case, it was in a frenzied state of wanting to bite Lin Qiao to death. Lin Qiao observed it while retreating and found that its reaction seemed to have slowed down a lot. The smell of the roots was effective against low-level underground creatures, but it didn't seem to be very effective against this big creature. Or rather, the effect was delayed. Roar! The level 8 underground creature's rampage in the cave was so loud that it spread to the other caves. The underground creatures in the other caves started to gather here. Soon, some level 4 and 5 underground creatures appeared behind Lin Qiao and blocked her escape route. Then, they fiercely pounced on her. It was obvious that they were heavily injured by Lin Qiao and the other 3 creatures, so they were a lot more violent now. When they saw Lin Qiao, they immediately bared their teeth and roared at her. Lin Qiao saw that she couldn't retreat, so she cut off the control of the black fire that was absorbing the energy of the level 8 underground creatures. Then, she turned invisible and jumped onto the side of the wall. Then, she leaped into the air, and the level 8 underground creature rushed below her. After landing on the creature's back, Lin Qiao somersaulted down and moved behind the underground creature leader. She ran a few steps back before revealing her figure. Then, she continued to control the abilities that had burrowed into the body of the underground creature leader. Roar! The underground creature leader was stunned when it collided with its own kind. Then, it immediately sensed Lin Qiao's presence and ran behind it. It felt like it was being teased. It immediately turned its head and roared at Lin Qiao before charging forward again. But after taking 2 steps, it suddenly stopped. Roar! Once it stopped, the low-level underground creatures behind it also stopped. The underground creature leader suddenly lowered its head and looked at its chest. Then, it patted its chest with its two front claws. Then it made a few movements that looked like it was vomiting and coughing. Roar, cough, roar, but this time, it didn't spit out the thing that was absorbing its energy. When Lin Qiao controlled the black fire to burrow into its body, it was able to suppress Lin Qiao's black fire. Then, it coughed a few times to turn the black fire into smoke. But this time, it discovered that it couldn't suppress Lin Qiao's black fire. Palm, 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 it couldn't help but hit its chest with its claws. The underground creature leader started to feel uncomfortable inside its body. Chapter 1073. On the other side, Xiaolin also felt that the leader of the underground creatures was much weaker than before. It seemed that the heavy injuries from before had not healed much. In addition, his strength had also increased a lot. He had become stronger, but his opponent had become weaker. After this exchange, Lin Qiao's confidence increased by a lot. She had confirmed the strength of the leader of the underground creatures. She suddenly had a premonition that if she absorbed all the energy of this level 8 underground creature, she would not be able to survive. She might break through the shackles of the zombie emperor. Once again, he unleashed a large wave of flames. The thick black flames that covered an area of several meters swept out and surged towards the other side. She was only probing him earlier, so she didn't really make a move. Roar, woo, Lin Qiao suddenly threw out a large black flame. The devouring energy of the flame was like a natural enemy to the underworld creatures. They were so frightened that they began to retreat. Roar, even the leader of the underground creatures let out a fearful roar and retreated quickly. Then, he turned around and rushed forward. Trying to run now. Lin Qiao muttered to himself. In a flash, he waved his flames and chased after him. The leader of the underworld creatures wanted to run faster, but its body seemed to have lost its balance. It staggered and couldn't control itself. Therefore, after losing its balance, it ran even slower. The black flames that Lin Qiao waved pounced on it in the blink of an eye and stuck to its body. Roar, roar, the leader of the underground creatures let out panicked roars, but it didn't dare to stop and continued to charge forward. Even if he couldn't run, even if he smashed his head, he had to escape from this place. Only by running to a safe place could he fully suppress the strange energy in his body. Boom boom, therefore, its huge body and abnormally hard body brought about a huge impact. The walls of the cave could no longer withstand the force of the impact, and began to shake and collapse. Roar, roar, the surrounding underground creatures covered their heads and scurried away, not caring about their boss at all. Survival was more important. Boss or whatever he was, he could just go and die. Lin Qiao chased after him closely. Even though the big guy's body was unbalanced, his speed of escape was not slow. However, it made a lot of noise. Wherever it went, the ground would shake and the mountains would shake. But the further they went, the narrower the tunnel became. All of a sudden, there was a loud boom in front of them, and it suddenly became quiet. Lin Qiao chased after it and was amused to see that the huge underworld creature was stuck there. Its body had knocked down a lot of soil, and it was kicking its hind legs vigorously. Its huge upper body was stuck in the entire passageway in front of it. At this moment, it could neither retreat nor enter. Roar, the leader of the underground creatures struggled anxiously, kicking its hind legs with all its might. Feeling Lin Qiao approaching from behind, it roared anxiously. Lin Qiao stood behind it, quietly watching its big butt and thick hind legs. It also felt that the black fire wrapped around its body could not burn its hard skin at all, and the wisp of black fire that had drilled into its body was still in a confrontation with its instinctive protective consciousness energy. Neither side benefited. Lin Chao couldn't absorb the energy in its body, and the underground creature leader couldn't force the flame out. Roar! The underground creature struggled and kicked its hind legs a few times. Suddenly, it made a strange sound. It was low and soft. It was similar to the sound of a puppy being abandoned by its owner, making a pitiful and confused sound. Of course, this creature's voice was much louder. Lin Chao was stunned when she heard its voice, and then a thought flashed through her mind. It can't be. Whoa! The level 8 underground creature suddenly stopped struggling. It lay there quietly and stretched its 2 short legs backward. There were a few strange whimpers coming from its mouth. Lin Chao thought for a while and said to herself, "Is it really as I thought? You're not fooling me, right?" If she could control this big guy, she wouldn't have to worry about its compatriots attacking her base. Moreover, she hadn't thought about how to guard against these guys. Even if she killed a leader, they might just push out another leader. Then it would still be a threat to the base. Wouldn't it be better to subdue this one? Wouldn't it be better to use it to restrain its compatriots? Then why did she spend so much effort to study them? Thinking of this, Lin Chao immediately stepped forward and grabbed its big tail, then threw it into the space. Lin Chao threw the big creature into the forest. Now, the big creature had the strength to suppress it in the space. After being flung by Lin Chao, the big creature lay on the ground and hugged its head with its front paws. Roar! Perhaps they smelled the presence of the leader in the space forest. The dozen creatures that were caught by Lin Chao rushed over. The underground creature's nose twitched and moved its paw away from its head. Lin Chao stood on a tree branch and looked at the big creature. She moved her hand and a rhizome appeared in her hand. Then she pinched one and threw it down. Roar! The underground creature quickly dodged the rhizome that Lin Chao threw down and raised its head to sniff at Lin Chao. Lin Chao suddenly said to it, "Sit down." This thing didn't have eyes. She didn't know if it could understand human words. It couldn't see and couldn't understand. How was she going to train it? Sure enough, after she said 2 words, the big creature didn't respond at all. Lin Chao was stunned. She had guessed it right. What should she do? At this moment, a loud bark came from outside the forest. Woof 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 woof. Roar! Hearing Ah Wang's voice, the big creature immediately crouched down and bared its teeth at the direction outside the forest. Lin Chao was thinking about how to train this guy when she saw it roar at Ah Wang. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she roared at the big guy. Roar! Sit down! Roar, roar! Hearing Lin Chao's roar, the big guy, who was originally aggressive, let out a roar of doubt half a second later. Then it turned its head and looked at Lin Chao. Lin Chao. Oh, it's useful. Can this guy use its mind to transmit information? Roar, sit down. Otherwise, I'll hit you. Lin Chao suddenly roared at it, and at the same time, a black flame appeared in his hand. Roar, woof. Seeing Lin Chao's flame, the big creature immediately became obedient. It closed its mouth, put its front paws on the ground and squatted down. It really sat on the ground. Lin Chao, it seemed that this was a spirit again. The higher the level of these mutated beasts, the more intelligent they were. She thought about the normal Ah Wang, Dahe, and the mushroom spirit, who weren't normal, and now there was another big creature. Chapter 1074. Lin Chao put away the flame in her hand and jumped down from the tree, landing in front of the big monster. This guy was really big. She had to raise her head to see its mouth. Roar, do you want to follow me? Lin Chao roared out what she wanted to say. She didn't know why this thing could understand her roar. Or could they actually understand the roar of zombies? Whoosh, whoosh. The leader of the underground creatures shifted its buttocks back and then pressed its head down obediently. A fishy smell came out of its nostrils. Lin Chao moved back slightly. Roar, the big monster roared at Lin Chao, but it was trying to express something. Lin Chao didn't understand. All right, he could understand her words, but she couldn't. It was like raising a dog that could understand you, but you couldn't understand the dog's language. Lin Chao looked at it, speechless. Roar, roar, if I said right, you nodded. If I said wrong, you shook your head. She could only communicate with it this way. Woo, the big monster responded quickly and nodded. Lin Chao said, roar. Roar, don't want to die. Do you want to follow me? Whoa, roar, the big guy nodded his head repeatedly and retreated a few steps. Then he bumped into a tree with a thud. Walala, the leaves on top of his head actually shook from the impact of the collision. One had to know that this tree was very hard. Just a light bump would cause it to shake. This showed how strong this big monster was. The big monster was obviously threatened by Lin Chao. Its strength was greatly reduced and it couldn't protect itself. Originally, he planned to hide in the cave and hibernate before recovering on his own. It was injured by the two-legged beast on the ground. It didn't expect the two-legged beast that could devour the energy of its people to come to its cave. It seemed to be full of murderous intent. It could feel the danger of death. As a level 8 underground mutant beast, its perception was very strong. So in order to survive, it immediately surrendered to Lin Chao. Like she said, it didn't want to die. It was very afraid of death. That's right, it was big but timid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his life-saving trump card in order to escape from the place where lightning could strike. In order to shoot the light beam, the leader of the underworld creatures had used up all the energy of its berserk state. Therefore, before it recovered, it couldn't enter its berserk state. Otherwise, how could he be chased by Lin Chao in his own cave? And he even got himself stuck in the hole. However, the reason why it was stuck in the cave was because it was confused by the smell of the rhizomes. That was why Lin Chao's reaction was a little abnormal. It was a skill that it had obtained after leveling up to level 8, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, the effect was not small. At the very least, he could transfer his berserk state to his opponent. However, this kind of transference would only transfer this state over. It would not allow the enemy to be like him, who could remain clear-headed even after going berserk. Therefore, the enemies that were shot by it could only fall into a state of irrational madness. Seeing its appearance, Lin Chao felt that it was a bit different from before. She waved at it. Roar, come over and lower your head. The big guy hesitated for a second, then slowly came over. It lowered its chin and gently reached out to Lin Chao. Lin Chao continued to use the zombie roar, roar, you can follow me, but you have to be obedient. If you don't listen, the thing in your body will eat you. Lin Chao hadn't communicated in the zombie language for a long time. She felt a little uncomfortable after roaring a few times. However, the big guy in front of her could only understand her zombie language. It couldn't understand human language. Roar, woo-woo. The big guy immediately nodded at her. It knew what she was talking about in its body. It was that flame. Although it had calmed down, it hadn't left its body. It was still a big threat to it. Lin Chao continued to say, roar, don't worry, it won't hurt you now. But if you do something bad, it will swallow your energy. Roar, the big guy nodded. Roar, from now on, you have to get my permission before you do anything. If I say you can't do something, you can't do it. Roar, it continued to nod. Lin Chao finally nodded and said, Roar, okay, stand there and don't move. I'll bring you out. As she spoke, she moved in front of its claws and pressed on its claws to bring it out of the space. As soon as she came out, Lin Chao found herself squashed by the wall in the cave. This was because she was still in the original cave passage, which was already very narrow. But this big guy was too big, it blocked the passage as soon as it came out. Lin Chao, who was being clamped by the big guy's thick arm, was speechless. Okay, now it was her turn to be clamped. Was it retribution for laughing at this guy just now? Roar, raise your claws, you're squashing me. Lin Chao immediately roared at it. The big guy silently moved its claws away. Although it was wondering if it should just squash her to death like this. That didn't seem very possible, and the consequences would be very serious. So, it moved its forelimbs a little. Lin Chao squeezed out and looked left and right. On one side was a collapsed passage, so they could only go back from the other side. Then, when the two of them walked out of the cave, a large group of level 2, 3, 4, and 5 underground creatures in the big cave looked at her blankly, then turned to look at their leader in unison. If they had eyes, they would definitely look like this. But they didn't have eyes, so they could only stare in the direction of the level 8 underground creature and Lin Chao. Wait, why did their leader stand together with this intruder peacefully? The group of underground gorillas kept moving their noses to sniff the two of them. It was really peaceful, since this guy said that it wanted to follow her. She had temporarily resolved the threat of these underground creatures to the base. But Lin Chao was still worried, so she continued to threaten it. Roar, 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 you're not allowed to go above ground. You have to get my permission to go up. If you want to hunt, then I'll bring you to a place with a lot of prey. Do you understand? She roared at the big guy. A place with a lot of prey. Wasn't there a rat nest in the southwest? When the time came, she would lure them over. Once they had something to eat, they wouldn't think about the human flesh in her base anymore. Wasn't it perfect? She could solve the problem of the rat disaster and the base's situation. Woo-woo, the big guy immediately sat on the ground, tucked its 2 front legs into its stomach, and nodded obediently. The other underground creatures. Lin Chao patted its claws happily, then told it that she had to leave first. She told it to rest and recuperate. The big guy felt wronged. I don't know who made my cave like this. I was just resting, okay? Chapter 1075. After Lin Chao instructed the big guy, she threatened and tempted it. Seeing that it seemed to be obedient, she then started to find a way out. But when she turned around, she suddenly remembered that it didn't have a name. She didn't know what to call it in the future. So she immediately turned around and roared at it. Roar, oh right, I have to give you a name. The big guy who was about to escape, Lin Chao looked at its head. Roar. Big guy. Big guy, it shook its head. It shook its head vigorously. Why does this name sound so casual? Seeing that it didn't agree, Lin Chao thought for a while. Roar. Roar. How about Dezhuang? Big guy. Seeing that it didn't shake its head, Lin Chao immediately nodded and decided. Roar, okay, you'll be called Dezhuang from now on. Roar, since you look so strong, I'll call you Dezhuang. Lin Chao explained to it. Woo-woo. The leader of the underground creatures who had never been in contact with human society didn't know how unsophisticated the name Dezhuang sounded. But it suddenly had a name, and for some reason, it was a little happy. Then, Lin Qiao left in satisfaction. She didn't know that the moment she left, the big guy immediately howled and ran towards the direction of its cave as if it was running for its life. After Lin Qiao went through a few tunnels, she realized that she was indeed lost. Previously, they had run through many tunnels, and they had lost track of their directions. Lin Qiao, then, she could only go back and grab a level 5 underground creature from the cave. She roared at it, "Roar, where was the exit above?" However, this level 5 underground creature looked as if she was going to eat it. It immediately bared its teeth at her and stared at her with its whole body on guard. It didn't respond to Lin Qiao's roar at all. Lin Qiao, did this thing not understand what she meant? "Roar, can you bring me out?" She tried to roar at it again. As a result, this level 5 underground creature immediately crouched down and covered its head with its 2 front paws. It buried its head into the ground and shivered. There were even cries of fear coming from his mouth. Woo woo woo, Lin Qiao, speaking of which, was she that scary? No, scare them. Well, she had killed many of its kind before, so these things probably already thought that she was an intruder and a demon. It was a pity that this fellow couldn't understand her words, otherwise it would have been happy. And that big guy was hiding again. After thinking for a while, Lin Qiao could only roar towards the cave. Roar! De Zhuang had come out. De Zhuang, who was squatting in the cave, heard Lin Qiao's shout from afar after a long while. De Zhuang, if it was a human, it would have cursed in its heart. Lin Qiao was afraid that De Zhuang could not hear him, so he gathered his qi in his dantian and roared towards the surrounding caves. De Zhuang, roar, it's coming. It's coming. As soon as it responded to Lin Qiao, the underground creatures around the cave shrank in fear and did not dare to move. Lin Qiao waited for a while before he heard De Zhuang's voice coming from one of the caves. After a while, he smelled this guy's aura. However, the movement of his footsteps was much quieter. Roar! De Zhuang walked out of the largest cave and roared at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked around and pointed at the top of her head. Roar, bring me out. De Zhuang. Did she ask him to lead the way from so far away? Underground creatures relied on their noses to identify directions in caves. They could smell the contents of the soil in the depths and shallower parts of the ground to know where they were. Lin Qiao, on the other hand, did not know about this. Although she could smell it, she could tell. Although she could smell, she had gone to too many places and was confused. She had no idea which tunnel was the one she came from. Woo woo, De Zhuang made 2 sounds in its throat and turned its head. Then, it stopped and turned its head to look at Lin Qiao. After yelling at her again, he continued to walk forward. Was it going to lead her out? Lin Qiao followed it suspiciously. Soon, she was brought to a huge round cave. There were 7 to 8 meters tall cave entrances in the front, back, left, and right. Then, De Zhuang walked towards one of them. He stopped and looked back at Lin Qiao. Seeing that she was following it, it turned its head and continued forward. As they walked, Lin Qiao realized that the ground beneath her feet was starting to go uphill. She heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this big guy was really bringing her up. With the big guy leading the way, Lin Qiao followed it. She told it some rules. She could not attack or eat creatures that looked like her when she went up to the surface. It even said that the direction it wanted to attack last time was her nest. The next time it dared to go there, it would let the lightning strike it to death. De Zhuang, he had to be threatened while leading the way for her. It was so frustrating. However, she could not resist, which made her even more frustrated. Thus, after 2 hours, there was no movement at the cave where Elmar was. However, she suddenly sensed the aura of the big guy coming from the third cave, which was quite far away from here. What was even more strange was that Lin Chao's breath was next to it. What's wrong? Seeing Elmar's strange expression, Li Yueshan turned to look at her. He asked. My leader is out. But... Li Yueshan was delighted. Out? But what? Elmar felt the breath of the big guy disappear again, which puzzled her. But I smelled the breath of the level 8 underground gorilla just now. But now it's gone again. Li Yueshan did not quite understand what she meant. What? Could it be that the level 8 underground gorilla appeared with Miss Lu? But why did it disappear again? Elmar shook her head and said uncertainly, I don't know. Let's go and see. With that, she jumped. Li Yueshan could only follow her. Lin Chao finally smelled the fresh air on the surface. She immediately waved at De Zhuang. Roar, go back. De Zhuang turned and disappeared into the cave. Lin Chao first went into the space to release Big He and Ah Wang. Then, she followed Elmar's breath to the base. She wanted to explain the situation to her. The two of them were only a few kilometers away from each other, so they soon met. As soon as Elmar came out, she sized up Lin Chao curiously and asked, Why did I smell the big guy's breath just now? And you guys were very close. Lin Chao's breath was the breath of the underground creature. Lin Chao smiled relaxedly. Oh, I kept it as a pet. If we train it well, it will not harm our base in the future. It can also help protect us. Elmar, Li Yueshan, who had just appeared, was speechless. Chapter 1076. Was there something wrong with his ears just now? Why did he hear something strange? Li Yueshan looked at Elmar with uncertainty. Elmar's expression was the same as his. Wait a minute. What did you say just now? Elmar looked at Lin Chao in a daze and suddenly raised her hand to stop her. Lin Chao looked at their expressions with amusement and said, There's another De Zhuang in my pet camp. It's followed by a bunch of mouths that love to eat everything. I realized that I can't afford to keep them anymore. After Elmar recovered from her shock, she finally understood what Lin Chao meant. Hearing this, she rolled her dead fish eyes and said, You make it sound like you often feed them. They find their own food. Li Yueshan opened his mouth and only reacted after a long time. You subdued that level 8 underground creature. Lin Chao looked at him and asked, Why are you here? Did Wu Qingyue send you to keep an eye on it? Li Yueshan immediately replied, The leader just left here an hour ago. He said that there was important news from Huaxia. He has returned to your base. Lin Chao was surprised. He's here. The two people nodded. Huaxia. I'm going back too. Oh yes, Meng Meng. Recently, De Zhuang promised me that he wouldn't bring his clansmen here or that he would report to me before coming up. Pay attention to their movements. Also, I made a rule with De Zhuang that they can only come out from the hole I came out from. Take some people to blow up the other holes and block them all. Lin Chao thought of the movements in Huaxia and her eyes flashed. Then, she ordered Elmarch. Yes. Elmar immediately nodded. Then, she glanced at the direction where Lin Chao appeared and turned to head to the camp. Lin Chao looked at Li Yueshan and asked, Is your task to watch me or to observe the situation in this area? Li Yueshan said respectfully, The leader asked me to observe your situation. Lin Chao nodded and said, Then I'll go back. Li Yueshan nodded and said, Yes. Lin Chao looked at him and asked, Do you have a car? Li Yushan shook his head. Lin Qiao waved his hand and released a car from the space. Li Yushan consciously climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Miss Liu, how did you do it?" In fact, he wanted to ask her what she had experienced underground. Lin Qiao sat in the back seat, stretched himself and said, "This big guy is quite big, but I didn't expect him to be so timid. However, he could be considered smart. He knew how to act according to the situation. If he couldn't win, he would run. If he couldn't run, he would surrender. Anyway, as long as I'm still alive, I'm not afraid of not having firewood." Li Yushan understood and said, "So, after being beaten by you, it surrendered?" Lin Qiao said, "It was seriously injured by your clan's leader last time, and it hasn't recovered yet. If it hadn't surrendered, I would have used all the energy in its body to level up." Li Yushan finally understood everything. It seemed like this level 8 creature was severely injured by their leader's lightning strike, and this female zombie took advantage of it. That was why he had no choice but to acknowledge her as his master. But then again, this female zombie's pets all seemed to have come from this. When she returned to the base, she didn't go to the place where she lived. Instead, she went directly to the office of base number 1. As soon as she entered, she saw the man sitting in front of her desk. Lin Qiao was speechless and said, "Has this become your office?" Wu Qingyue looked up at her and said with a smile, "I thought you didn't mind lending it to me." Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Lin Qiao and her expression was relaxed, Wu Qingyue felt relieved. Although he had received the news in advance, he still felt a little uneasy without seeing the person with his own eyes. Now that he saw that the person was fine, he finally felt relieved. Lin Qiao glanced around the room and suddenly said, "That kid isn't here." "That's right, he was afraid that I would beat him up, so he didn't dare to come back." "Where is he now?" Wu Qingyue stood up from Lin Qiao's exclusive seat and walked in front of her with a document. He smiled and said, "At Lin Fang's house." Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and took the document from him. "What is it?" "Intelligence from China." Wu Qingyue sat down on the sofa beside her. Lin Qiao flipped through the document and frowned. "Another experiment? Or a research facility?" She'd heard from Qingshan Base's Yingyue that Skyfire Base was capturing adepts to experiment on zombies. Now Wu Qingyue's report said that China was experimenting with a new kind of bioweapon. They'd even set up an underground research facility to study it. She couldn't help but wonder why these two bases liked to cause so much trouble. One didn't focus on how to develop humanity, but instead they were experimenting on zombies, even using living humans for experiments. The other was even worse. Biochemical weapons. Did they think the apocalypse wasn't bad enough? Did they want to cause more damage? Is this Sikong Qin out of his mind? Isn't he afraid of extinction? Lin Qiao frowned at the document in her hand. Wu Qingyue looked at her distressed face and laughed. "He won't. It looks like he just wants to control all the human bases in the world. Moreover, he has great confidence in their scientific research and technology." He looked at Lin Qiao's face, but in his heart he was thinking of her old face. Recently Xiao Liqing had given him all the information on Lin Qiao. Her real face wasn't as pretty as Lu Tianyu's. But to tell the truth, he thought her original face was quite attractive. Lin Qiao looked at him like he'd met an idiot. Control the world. Why doesn't he get a doctor to look at his brain? He didn't even know if his biochemical weapon experiment would succeed. He couldn't even control the 2 million people in China, much less the major bases in the country. And he was talking about the world. Wu Qingyue said, "According to some information I've gathered about Sikong Qin, he's secretly sent many special combat personnel to some countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe 2 years ago. Recently, it seems that he's preparing to send people to North and South America." Lin Qiao's expression faded, and she snorted. And then. I know, but it's clear that the missions he sent out were either to gather information or to go undercover. But it's not that easy. I'm afraid we've lost contact with some of them. She also knew about the information that Wu Qingyue had told her. Basically all the leaders of the major bases knew about it. It was just that no one took it to heart. It was easier said than done. He wanted to control the world. Did he think he was a god? Could he control the entire earth? What's more, the current human world was no longer an ordinary human world. It was now the world of zombies, mutant beasts, mutant plants, and psychics. Chapter 1077. 2 years ago, the Huaxia base secretly sent out some special forces to leave the territory of Huaxia and went to the surrounding countries. But in the past 2 years, they never saw these people come back. Only a small part of them seemed to be connected. Wu Qingyue looked at her and asked, "Let's not talk about Huaxia first. How is it? Did you find anything underground?" Lin Qiao glanced at him, then stood up and walked to her desk to sit down. She threw the documents he just gave her on the table and glanced at the furnishings on her desk. Her things didn't seem to have been touched. It seemed that Wu Qingyue wasn't interested in her work. "I just went to a lot of caves and killed a lot of low-level underground creatures." She shrugged and said. Wu Qingyue continued to look at her with a faint smile on his face. He stared at her calmly and asked, "Did you encounter anything interesting?" Lin Qiao looked up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She leaned against the back of the chair and looked at him. "It's so dark inside. What interesting things can I encounter?" "There's nothing in the cave." "Did you find the level 8 leader?" Wu Qingyue asked. Lin Qiao nodded. "I found it. I beat it up. It's probably because it was struck by your lightning and suddenly became very weak." She thought of how the big guy had stuck itself in the cave and couldn't help but laugh. If it had been sober, it would have dug a few walls with its claws and come out. She didn't know what happened to its mental state at that time. "Oh, I also found this thing in their cave." Lin Qiao suddenly took out a small root of the rhizome plant. There were 2 fruits hanging on it. This plant seems to be their nemesis. It's what we've been looking for. When the fruit was cracked open, it emitted a smell that was like poisonous gas to the creatures of the underground world. They will bleed from their orifices and die after smelling it. Lin Qiao put the plant on the table. Wu Qingyue stood up and walked over. He stood by her table with one hand on the table and slightly bent down to look at the plant on the table. It looked like a rhizome growing in the soil with a layer of mud on it. At this time, footsteps came from outside the door. Duanwan and Shen Yuzhen appeared at the door. Shen Yuzhen was holding a stack of documents in her hands. Duanwan raised her hand and knocked on the door. When the 2 leaders at the desk raised their heads and noticed them, they walked in. After coming in, the 2 of them looked at Lin Qiao up and down with a strange expression. They stood to the side without making a sound. Lin Qiao looked at their expressions and guessed that they probably knew that she had kept that big guy as a pet. "What's wrong? Don't tell me I've become another person." She smiled at the 2 of them. Duanwan said directly, "I heard you took in that big guy. You went down, and now you have another pet. How did you do it?" Before Lin Qiao could answer, Shen Yuzhen, who was beside him, said, "I told you to go down and catch a few for experiments. Are you going to use the big one for experiments? Something bad will happen." Wu Qingyue looked straight at Lin Qiao when he heard their conversation. His expression was subtle. Wait, what did he just hear? Didn't this female zombie just say that she beat up that big guy? How did it become a pet again? Wu Qingyue's eyes were filled with question marks. Why did this female zombie have a hobby of taking in pets after she became a zombie? He had never heard of a leader of Pluto King of Hell's base raising pets. Lin Qiao glanced at the two of them and said, I was going to find it. I think the energy in its body is just enough for me to break through. As she said this, she glanced at Wu Qingyue. She felt that he had already seen through this matter. Duanwan and Shen Yuzhen were stunned when they heard what she said. Then, they looked at her in surprise. So you're going to keep it for when you need to kill it to absorb its energy? Lin Qiao waved her hand at the two of them and said, not at all. I haven't finished what I wanted to say. It was the one who begged me not to kill it. It was just like a dog, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail to please me. I thought about it. If it was willing, then I'll ask it to restrict its own kind from attacking our base. That's not a bad idea. We don't need to spend so much effort on this research. There were only a few researchers in her base. They probably didn't even have enough clones. Ling Xiantong probably wished that he had a few more hands, a few more heads, and a few more pairs of eyes. So, you're going to let it be your pet? Wu Qingyue looked at her and asked in surprise. It ran over to her to be its shit-shoveling concubine. Could it be just a pretense? Thinking back to the time when it used a strange beam of light to hit him, it took the opportunity to escape. Wu Qingyue always felt that the big guy's IQ was very cunning. Moreover, it actually had such a skill. It was very dangerous. Wu Qingyue didn't know that the beam of light from the big guy was its life-saving skill. After using it once, it would take a long time for it to recover. Lin Qiao shrugged. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't listen, then please give it a bigger lightning bolt next time. I think it should be quite afraid of you. Wu Qingyue, oh, so he was going to help her to deter the big guy. But did this mean that she was starting to rely on him? At least she wasn't thinking of settling it by herself. Was she finally willing to include him in her field? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed. Sure, as long as it dares to come out. After saying that, Lin Qiao also felt that what he said was a little strange. He looked at Duanwan and Shen Yuzhen again and saw that they had a mysterious smile on their faces. Lin Qiao. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Duanwan, they're showing off their affection just because they don't get along. Tisk, I don't want it. Shen Yuzhen, they're already showing off their affection. It seems that Big Leader Wu's days are not too far away. Lin Qiao looked at Shen Yuzhen and pointed at the document in her arms. How long do you plan to hold it for? Don't you need to show it to me? Shen Yuling just remembered that the official document that she originally planned to give to Lin Qiao was still in her hands. She quickly walked over and put the document on the table. Lin Qiao said to her, go and tell the research department to temporarily stop the research on those underground creatures. But I still have more than 10 living ones in this space. I will raise them first. When it's necessary, I will let them study it. If it's not necessary, don't bother about it. Let him think of a way to extract the energy from the stone. As she said that, she suddenly stopped and said, also, find 2 people to bring these over to Ling Xiantong to study what kind of plant it is. Then, she threw all the rhizomes out of the space and threw them on the empty space in front of the office desk. Bang, yes. Shen Yuzhen nodded and turned to leave. After a while, she brought 2 male soldiers in and pointed at the plants on the ground. Shen Yuzhen only left the office after the soldiers moved the things away. Chapter 1078. Wu Qingyue glanced at Duanwan. She must have something important to discuss with the zombie girl. He left the room. After he left and closed the door behind him, Lin Qiao turned to Duanwan. Did Xie Dong send us some information? For the next 2 days, Xie Dong personally went to keep an eye on Skyfire Base. Yi Yingyue had brought him information. Li Xingye suspected Lin Qiao's identity, so he'd do something about it. Duan Wan nodded. Yes. Li Xingye was indeed experimenting with the zombie virus on the metahumans that he had secretly captured. The adepts he captured were recently transported out, and they've all turned into zombies. Lin Qiao's eyes grew cold, but she didn't respond. But what was Li Xingye's goal in experimenting like this? To turn people into zombies, and then... These corpses must be failed experiments, but I don't know if there were any successful ones. She thought for a moment. Has there been any word from Skyfire about who I am? Duan Wan shook her head. So you're saying... Li Xingye hasn't done anything yet. Lin Qiao shot to her feet and headed for the door. Bring those documents to Yuan Tianqing. We'll have a meeting in the afternoon. Yes, sir. She had to get to Skyfire Base and solve the problem. She couldn't rest easy until she was sure Li Xingye hadn't spread the word. Also, who was the man with the secret? Lin Qiao arrived at the meeting room at 2 in the afternoon. Everyone was already in place. I've checked on the underworld creatures. The level 8 creature leader was seriously injured by Wu Qingyue's lightning attack, and needs some time to recuperate. It won't be bringing those things back to Skyfire Base in the near future. Besides, if my plan works, we won't have to worry about them anymore. Lin Qiao sat at the head of the table, looking at everyone. Everyone looked at her, waiting for her next words. I'll use this time to go to Skyfire Base. There's something I need to figure out and solve as soon as possible. While I'm gone, I'll leave everything to the 2 deputy chiefs. We'll depart tomorrow. Yes, sir. Understood. After the meeting, Lin Qiao appeared in front of Lin Feng's house and said to Ting Ting, who was lying on the sofa in the living room, "Have you had enough fun these few days?" Seeing Lin Qiao appear, Ting Ting immediately crawled up and sat cross-legged. Blinking his eyes, he looked at her and said, "Enough." Lin Qiao walked in, picked him up, and said to Qing Wangxue, "I'll take him back first. Tomorrow, Wu Qingyue will take him back to High City." Qing Wangxue stood at the side and smiled. Back to High City again. Actually, it's fine to leave him with us. Besides, Leader Wu is quite busy, right? Besides, Little Tang is very obedient, so it's good to have Little Lu as a companion. Lin Qiao shook her head and smiled at her. That's his father. As long as he doesn't go out of High City, no matter how busy he is, he will take care of him. Qing Wangxue looked at her speechlessly. You were very reluctant to let the child go there before. You've changed your mind. Lin Qiao just smiled and did not say anything. She carried little Ting Ting back to her residence at the second base. Before she reached the door, she found that the door of her house was already open. Wu Yueling ran out from inside and stood outside the door, looking at her happily. Lin Qiao pursed her lips. She was already used to Wu Qingyue coming to her place without saying goodbye. You're back. I'm making dinner now. Little Ting's porridge still needs a while. Seeing Lin Qiao come in, Wu Qingyue came out of the kitchen. Lin Qiao put Little Ting on the sofa and glanced at him. Then she turned and went into the bathroom. Wu Qingyue came over and sat next to Little Ting Ting. He asked him in a low voice, "Did she hit you?" Little Ting Ting shook his head. Wu Qingyue glanced in the direction of the bathroom and said, "Not angry so soon. You're really her biological son." As he spoke, he looked back at Little Ting Ting. Little Ting Ting looked at him speechlessly and said, "Do you want to see her hit me to make you happy?" Wu Qingyue smiled and patted his head. "No, I just think it's normal for her to at least hit your little butt a few times." With that said, he stood up and went into the kitchen again. Wu Yueling went to little Ting Ting's side and patted his head. Then she smiled at him. Lin Qiao went into the bathroom and soaked in the bathtub with the lake water. She washed away the earthy smell of the cave for the past 2 days before coming out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Then she stood by the kitchen door and leaned against it, watching him busy inside. "What time are you leaving tomorrow?" Wu Qingyue stood beside the stove and stirred the porridge in the clay pot with a spoon. He stared at the pot expressionlessly and asked. 6:00, Lin Qiao replied calmly. Then she said, "Are you planning to stay here tonight?" Shen Yuzhen told her that Wu Qingyue had been in the underground creatures area for the past 2 days. He had only returned an hour earlier than she had. Seeing that he was familiar with the way to her place, it seemed that he didn't plan to go back to the place he used to stay. Wu Qingyue turned to look at her and asked with a faint smile, "Am I not welcome?" Previously, when they came, they didn't even stay overnight before leaving. Lin Qiao looked at him deeply for a few seconds before he turned around and said lightly, "Whatever. Clean the guest room yourself." After all, he had stayed in his small building several times. Letting him stay here once was not a big deal. Wu Qingyue's eyes lit up, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Can Papa sleep here tonight?" Little Ting Ting looked at Lin Qiao, who was walking to the bedroom, and asked in surprise. He thought that Lin Qiao would chase Wu Qingyue out. When Wu Yueling heard that she could sleep here tonight, she also became happy. He looked at Lin Qiao with shining eyes. Lin Qiao shrugged and said, "If you don't want to, then you can let him go." Little Ting Ting rolled his eyes and said, "I won't." Lin Qiao went into the bedroom and changed into her home clothes. Then, she sat next to Ting Ting and looked at him. Little Ting Ting looked up blankly. "What?" Lin Qiao reached out and pulled his ear. "What are you doing? Do you think that I don't want to argue with you about what happened before?" "Of course, I won't argue with you. But come on, you have to tell me why you did that. Let's have a good talk." Little Ting Ting was pulled by her and screamed in pain, but he didn't dare to scream loudly. "Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle, be gentle." Lin Qiao looked at him coldly. "Tell me, what's your purpose of letting him drink your blood that night? Even if he has any hidden danger, he doesn't need your blood. Do you know how dangerous your blood is? What if your blood can't help him, but harm him? Have you ever thought that this would happen?" Chapter 1079. Little Ting Ting immediately covered his ears with grievance, looked at her with a pair of big tearful eyes, and said, I know the energy in my blood. It won't hurt Papa." Lin Qiao looked at him with furrowed eyebrows and loosened her hand that was pinching his ears. She said, "So you also know that your blood will make him become that state, right?" Little Ting Ting nodded, covered his ears and did not dare to move. Lin Qiao's hand was strong, and the pinching just now was really painful. Moreover, he was still a child, and his body was very fragile. Lin Qiao said to him coldly, "But I didn't see any abnormal energy hidden in his body before. Are you fooling me? Do you think I can't notice it? So you dare to mess around?" Little Ting Ting shivered under her gaze and immediately surrendered. He lay in the corner of the sofa with his head in his hands, raised his little butt, and said, "I just want to help you, because your bodies are different from before. That way, you can recover your strength as soon as possible, and you can break through this upgrade as soon as possible. Moreover, Papa's body still has the physical changes left by that underground creature last time. Maybe one day Papa will go crazy again." Wu Qingyue, who was in the kitchen, stopped what he was doing and looked at the living room. But his body did not move. Little Ting Ting continued, "And I also want to improve the relationship between you two. Mama, you have already begun to care about Papa, why do you still look like you are running away? Lin Qiao endured the blue veins on her forehead that were about to appear, gnashed her teeth and stared at him, and said, we can solve these things without you doing that. You're clearly messing around with me. Don't do this kind of thing next time. Little Ting Ting suddenly sat up again, and then crossed his two little short hands in front of his chest. He also said to Lin Qiao angrily, Humph. You treat my kindness as malice. Do you think I will harm you? Mama, you don't know that when Papa and you had sex in the lake for the first time, his body had already been modified like yours. Now no zombie virus can hurt him, and at most, he will have some reaction in a short time. And your body needs Papa's help to recover. I did it for you. After saying that, he stared at Lin Qiao with dissatisfaction. He felt a little wronged and angry. Wu Yueling looked at the two of them worriedly when she saw that the two of them were talking too loudly. Seeing that Little Ting Ting was still angry with Lin Qiao, he immediately moved closer to him. She reached out and tugged at his clothes. It's wrong to quarrel with adults. Lin Qiao took a deep breath. It seemed that this kid was in the right. Even if it's for my own good, or for his own good. He couldn't just do it without saying anything in advance. Even if your judgment is correct, you still have to get our approval. Do you know that there is another word called accident? Besides, shouldn't you respect our wishes? He would do what he thought was right, but it might not necessarily be right for others. They thought that just because they knew everything, they could do anything. If he were to intervene just to help others, he would have to see if the other party needed his help or not. She was so dictatorial at home now. What if she developed this habit when she grew up? He only knows how to cause trouble everywhere. This would not do. Little Ting Ting was speechless. He could only look at her with red eyes. His little mouth was pressed into a straight line, and his two little cheeks puffed up. Wu Yueling couldn't help but poke his face with her finger. Okay. In the future, if there is anything you want to do, tell us first. Talk to us first, then do it. You attacked without saying anything. If we don't know the inside story, we will be very worried. At this time, Wu Qingyue walked out and picked him up with a smile. Then he sat down and put him on his lap. He actually spoke up for her. As expected, he didn't want a son after having a wife. Little Ting Ting glared at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue smiled and poked his face like Wu Yueling. Okay, don't be angry. Look at you, your little face is about to turn into a pufferfish. Humph. Little Ting Ting twisted his face and snorted. He pointed the back of his head at him. When Wu Qingyue described him to be like a pufferfish, Lin Qiao's mind flashed with the image of a pufferfish swelling up like a balloon after being frightened. The expression on his face almost broke. He still dared to be angry. TSK. He was so young, but his temper was not small. She rolled her eyes and looked at Wu Qingyue. Is the meal ready? Wu Qingyue looked at her and nodded. Then he said to Little Ting Ting, okay, let's eat first. Then he took the two little ones to the dining table and sat down. He fed Little Ting Ting porridge and put food into Wu Yueling's bowl. Wu Yueling could use chopsticks now, so Wu Qingyue didn't need to worry much. Lin Qiao watched Wu Qingyue feed Little Ting Ting and put food into Wu Yueling's bowl. She didn't even have time to eat. But seeing how angry Little Ting Ting was just now, he probably didn't want her to feed him. After thinking about it, she couldn't be bothered to care about the three of them. She went back to her bedroom and took out some official documents from the office to read. As they watched, time passed. Lin Qiao only came back to her senses when Wu Qingyue opened her bedroom door and walked in. She looked at the time. It was past 11 o'clock. Seeing Wu Qingyue walk in alone, Lin Qiao subconsciously asked, "Where's Little Ting Ting?" Wu Qingyue walked over and took the documents from her hand. He's sleeping with Lingling. Lin Qiao was stunned. You're letting them sleep with you. Aren't you going to sleep? Wu Qingyue put her documents on the table and pulled a chair close to her to sit down. Let's talk, shall we? Lin Qiao looked at him. Her eyes dimmed and she didn't say anything. If you don't want to live in High City, I can live here. Anyway, old Zhou and Yunlong are handling most of the things in High City. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not, Wu Qingyue said. Lin Qiao pursed her lips. She knew what he meant. He planned to live with her, but not let her live in High City. Was he going to let her decide? He knew that she couldn't leave the base for the time being, so he made this plan. What do you think? As a reward for my retreat, it should be fine for me to live here, right? Wu Qingyue stared into her eyes with a smile. Then he couldn't help but reach out to brush the hair hanging down her cheek. Lin Qiao tilted her head slightly and avoided his hand. She had been alone for a long time and was not used to this kind of intimacy. Up to you. She said lightly, but if you leave the affairs of High City alone, aren't you afraid that they will curse you? When Wu Qingyue heard her agree, he was a little stunned. He didn't expect her to really agree. After a few seconds, he recovered his expression. He looked at her deeply and said with a smile, if they curse me, so be it. It won't happen to me anyway. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.